Chapter 328. National Scholar Chen Zong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National Scholar Chen Zong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National Scholar Chen Zong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National Scholar of the dynasty was the general term. National Scholar was the lowest, and Great National Scholar was the next level. National Scholar was 1 in 10,000, and only those with great power could be the next level. Great National Scholar was the next level. Only those who had made great contributions to the dynasty were qualified to be conferred the title. Once the imperial edict came out, the whole world was shocked. I remember that the last time someone was conferred the title of National Scholar was 20 years ago. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar at such a young age. Unparalleled in the world. I didn't expect. After Yi Fifan received the news, his face was filled with astonishment. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. After that, he smiled bitterly. National Scholar. When he first saw Chen Zong was only a 3-star warrior, and could not resist his sword. When he saw Chen Zong for the second time, Chen Zong had already been conferred the title of National Scholar, and his combat power was even higher than his own. Now, when he saw Chen Zong for the third time, he heard the news about Chen Zong. Chen Zong had been conferred the title of National Scholar, and his combat power had reached the limit of 6-star. Adding up the time, it was less than half a year. In half a year, he had done something that many people could not do in their lifetime. He had obtained the supreme glory, and all the other geniuses were overshadowed by him. All the geniuses in this era will be under his halo. Yi Fifan sighed. He did not feel jealous at all, only admiration. When Qiu Honglai heard the news, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. From then on, he did not want to compete with Chen Zong anymore. National Scholar. It was a supreme honor. The imperial edict was like the wind, sweeping through the capital at the fastest speed possible. It then spread to the 3 prefectures and then to the entire county. Those who knew Chen Zong were all stunned at first. They thought that they had misheard, or that it was someone with the same name. However, the Marquis of Linshan was certain that it was Chen Zong. This was because he had already received Chen Zong's reply and learned that not only had Chen Zong become one with the sword, he had also successfully comprehended the truth. It was possible for a Qi refining realm martial artist to achieve enlightenment, but it was very difficult. Since ancient times there had been very few who had succeeded. Who would have thought that his disciple would really do it? Marquis, congratulations, congratulations. Yen Wei was all smiles. Great state knight. That was a great state knight, 10 times more powerful than a state knight. Even though in the dynasty, the state knight examination was extremely strict, normally, there would only be one every year, there would still be quite a number of them accumulated over time. Great state knights, however, could be counted on one's fingers, only a few people. Apart from Chen Zong, the others all had great statuses or great strength. The Marquis of Linshan's face was full of smiles. Accepting Chen Zong as his disciple was probably the proudest thing in his life. He could die without regret. Do you want to celebrate? The Marquis of Jingyuan asked. His attitude toward Chen Zong had changed unconsciously. He seemed to treat Chen Zong as someone of the same level. The so-called celebration naturally meant holding a banquet and inviting all parties to celebrate Chen Zong's conferment as a national scholar. Martial uncle, it's not necessary, Chen Zong said. As you wish. The Marquis of Jingyuan secretly felt that it was a pity, but he did not make a decision on his own. He respected Chen Zong's choice. Some people chased after fame and fortune, and some people were indifferent to it. This was Chen Zong's second time entering the dynasty's arsenal. After being conferred the title of National Scholar, his treatment naturally increased. Originally, when he was a National Scholar, Chen Zong could enter the dynasty's arsenal and choose a peerless Earth-level martial art or technique. Now that he was a National Scholar, there was no such restriction. All the martial arts and techniques in the entire dynasty's arsenal were open to Chen Zong. In addition, Chen Zong could receive 500 spirit shells every month, which was 5 times more than before. 500 spirit shells. That was a number that many warriors could only earn after years of hard work, even risking their lives. Yet, Chen Zong was able to obtain it so easily. Of course, if he didn't have enough talent, if he didn't defeat Nan Shuntian to redeem the reputation of the dynasty's genius, and if he didn't break the dynasty's training realm's limit and set a new record, Chen Zong wouldn't have been bestowed the title of Grand Warrior and received such great treatment. There was no need to choose a martial art, and there was no need to spend time flipping through them. Chen Zong's focus was on sword arts. The complete peerless Earth-level sword art was the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon sword art, which he had already chosen. However, there were still a few incomplete peerless Earth-level sword arts and many peerless Earth-level upper-level sword arts that could increase Chen Zong's foundation and accumulation in sword art. Flipping through them continuously, Chen Zong used his increasingly powerful memory to memorize them all. After flipping through more than 100 sword arts that covered a wide range, he finally walked towards the section for secret arts. These 100 sword arts were never seen before, and they were rarely circulated in the outside world. The mysteries contained within them were all different, and there were very few repetitions. The energy concentration art is too weak, and its effect on refining my inner strength is almost negligible. I need a better secret art to refine my inner strength. Chen Zong thought to himself as he started to browse through the section for secret arts. When it came to secret arts, the more, the better. Instead, it had to be suitable. Otherwise, it would only waste time and energy, delay progress, and even bring more serious burdens. The energy concentration art was also recorded here, and it was exactly the same as the one in the mountain overlook courtyard. Dual polarity art. Chen Zong took it down and flipped through it. After looking at the first page, he decided to choose this secret art to refine his inner strength. Dual polarity art was supplemented by alternating between cold and hot to refine one's inner strength, removing impurities and making it purer. Chen Zong continued to flip through the pages casually. Mixed elements impact. Forcibly increase the intensity of one's inner strength in an instant and explode with greater power. Chen Zong was deep in thought as he recalled the battle between Nan Shuntian and Ding Xian. Ding Xian seemed to have used some kind of secret art to forcibly increase his combat strength. After careful comparison, the secret art that Ding Xian used was similar to the description of the mixed elements impact. Perhaps it was the mixed elements impact. Not bad, I want the mixed elements impact too, Chen Zong said to himself as he memorized the contents again. After choosing the 2 secret arts, Chen Zong did not leave the dynasty armory. As a grand national warrior, he could stay here for a long as he did not cause any damage. In addition to a large number of cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret arts, the dynasty armory also contained the cultivation notes of many predecessors. Chen Zong searched through them one by one and found the cultivation notes of the hundreds of sword techniques and martial arts that he had chosen. He read them carefully to increase his understanding. In addition, he also looked at some of the more general sword techniques and cultivation notes of inner strength. With a strong memory, he could firmly remember the contents that he had read. He did not comprehend them in depth first, but instead accumulated them and slowly thought about them later. After that, Chunzong found the cultivation experience related to the dual polarity strength technique and the mixed element impact and memorized the content. Wuzhen's secret record. It was a thin book written on animal skin. It looked very smooth and had obviously been read many times. Chunzong flipped through it and read it carefully. The contents recorded were directly related to Wuzhen. Some of the principles of Wuzhen and so on allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the realm of Wuzhen. Some of the applications of the realm of Wuzhen also increased Chunzong's horizons and accumulation. In the realm of Wuzhen, you can borrow the power of heaven and earth. Through this, you can break through the martial arts extreme wall and comprehend the profound of martial arts, maximizing the power of Wuzhen. Martial arts extreme wall. Profound of martial arts. Chunzong pondered. The description was short and not detailed, so he could only deduce and ponder on his own. Suddenly, Chunzong recalled the battle between him and Nan Shuntian. Under the immense pressure of Nan Shuntian's final killing move, he had gained an epiphany that allowed him to condense the 6 luminaries' flash dragon sword into a single dragon piercing the sky. That feeling could not be described with words, but it also seemed to have broken through a limit that belonged to the 9 luminaries' flash dragon sword. It allowed the power of Wuzhen to be fully unleashed, and the power of that sword broke through Chunzong's combat power limit and reached the 7-star level. Could it be that this is the so-called breaking through the martial arts extreme wall and comprehending the profound of martial arts? Chunzong thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to be so. It seemed that he had a new goal, a direction to become stronger, but it required time and energy. More and more, Chunzong felt that he did not have enough time and energy. He wished that one day could become 2 or 3 days, or even longer. Time. He shook his head lightly. This was not a place for meditation. He put the Wuzhen secret record back in its original place and turned to walk out of the arsenal. When he came, it was early in the morning. When he left, it was already night and the sky was full of stars. Chunzong stayed in the arsenal for an entire day. Too many things were stuffed into his head, and he felt a bit bloated. I'll come back tomorrow to pick a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chunzong thought to himself and walked out of the palace. When Chunzong was conferred the title of State Knight, he could enter the dynasty's arsenal and the dynasty's treasury to choose from. After becoming a State Knight, not only could he choose any cultivation method, martial arts or secret technique, he could also enter the treasury and pick a pseudo-spiritual weapon. He walked out of the palace and headed straight to the Guan mansion. "Young Master Chun, you're back." The butler of the Guan mansion saw Chunzong and immediately stopped to greet him respectfully. Chunzong nodded. "Butler, please send more wine and meat to the Red Maple Garden." After staying in the arsenal for an entire day, he had been using his brain and felt quite hungry. "Yes, young Master Chun. I'll do it right away." The butler was shocked. Young Master Chun was a State Knight of the dynasty. In the entire Guan mansion, no one had ever received such an honor. He had a bright future. The butler, who was full of motivation, immediately ordered the kitchen to cook as fast as possible. Then, he personally carried 2 large plates of completely different demon beast meat and a large pot of wine to the Red Maple Garden. "Young Master Chun, please enjoy." The butler bowed. "Thank you." Chunzong was a bit surprised that the butler personally delivered the food. "It's my honor to work for young Master Chun." The butler smiled. Chunzong did not say anything, but a thought flashed through his mind. If he had not been conferred the title of State Knight or even State Knight, the butler would not have acted like this. Chapter 329. In front of Chunzong was a row of different pseudo-spiritual weapons. When he was conferred the title of State Knight, Chunzong entered the dynasty's treasury once to choose treasures, but Chunzong didn't know where the pseudo-spiritual weapons were. What he chose in the end could only depend on his luck. At that time, Chunzong chose an iron plate. Until now, he didn't know what it was used for. It seemed that its only characteristic was its hardness. Even Chunzong's full-strength sword couldn't damage it at all, not even leaving a mark. This time, when he was promoted to State Knight, all kinds of pseudo-spiritual weapons were gathered together for Chunzong to choose. I need a pseudo-spiritual sword, Chunzong said to himself and glanced around. There were a total of more than 30 pseudo-spiritual weapons here, including armor, combat shoes, arm guards, gloves, bracelets, rings, and so on. There was also a headband. As for weapons, there weren't many. There were only 6 in total, 2 sabers, 2 swords, 1 long spear, and 1 battle axe. Chunzong's eyes fell on the 2 swords. One was a short sword. Chunzong directly ruled it out. Although Chunzong could quickly familiarize himself with the short sword, Chunzong preferred a long sword. The long sword was more than 1 meter long, the blade was as wide as 3 fingers side by side, and the spine was as thick as 1 finger. The blade was covered with wavy lines, which were very dazzling. Without hesitation, Chunzong reached out and grabbed the long sword. The long sword weighed dozens of pounds, but it didn't pressure Chunzong at all. The first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, Mountain Beheading Sword, can activate the power of Mountain Beheading Sword, making the sword more powerful. The person who brought Chunzong to choose said, "Unfortunately, you should have chosen the short sword. It's the only second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon here." Hearing this, Chunzong couldn't help but look at the short sword again, but there was no regret in his heart. Since he had already made a choice, he had no regrets. Besides, he really didn't like the short sword. If he didn't like it, how could his mind be clear if he forced it? With the Mountain Beheading Sword in hand, Chunzong left the palace and returned to the Red Maple Garden. With the Mountain Beheading Sword in hand, the ancient imperial sword naturally had to be retired. Chunzong pulled out his sword. The tip of the sword was dazzling, as if it could cut through the sunlight. Chunzong flicked his wrist, and like the sound of wind and thunder, dozens of sword lights tore through the air, shooting out like a storm. It was extremely sharp. While the air was being torn apart, there was also a part of it that was highly compressed and shot out, cutting through the ground, leaving behind sword marks. On a whim, Chunzong displayed various sword techniques. Sometimes it was light and nimble like a swallow as it flashed through the air. Sometimes it was like the surging waves of the ocean, wave after wave. Sometimes it was like a gale that swept up dust and sand that filled the sky. Sometimes it was swift like a bolt of lightning that seemed to want to tear the sky apart and shatter the earth. It was a delightful moment. The practice of bipolar strength technique requires the assistance of the Icefire pill. Only then will the effect be better. Let's go to the outer city to look. There were many shops that sold pills in the outer city of the royal capital. Among them, the 100-pill building was the leader and claimed to have the most complete set of pills. You are. The deacon of the 100-pill building opened his eyes wide. His voice trembled, and even his breathing became rapid. He was extremely excited. Speak slowly. Chunzong smiled slightly. His voice seemed to contain a calming power. You are a great national scholar. The deacon's tone calmed down, but he was still very excited. A great national scholar of the royal capital. Although he had no real power, he had extraordinary status and was a symbol of supreme honor that could be immortalized for generations to come. This was especially true for Chunzong, who was still very young. His future accomplishments were even more limitless. I'm here to buy some pills. Chunzong smiled. Great national scholar, you have chosen the right place. The 100-pill building has the most complete set of pills. We have what other shops have, and we also have what other shops don't have. The deacon said excitedly. Moreover, the 100-pill building has alchemy masters who can refine specific pills. Do you have the Icefire pill? Chunzong asked. The Icefire pill was a pill that was rarely used. Ordinary shops often didn't have it. He didn't know if the 100-pill building had it. Yes, yes, yes. The deacon said repeatedly, "Great national scholar, how many pills do you need? How much is 1 pill worth?" Chernzong asked again. "Great national scholar, the herbs needed to refine the ice fire pill are precious. The success rate is low, so the price is high." The deacon quickly said, "1 pill costs 50 spirit shells. But since you are a great national scholar, the 100-pill building can give you a 20% discount. 1 pill only costs 40 spirit shells. Give me 10 pills first." Chernzong silently calculated and said. First of all, he didn't have many spirit shells. The total number was more than 600. If he sold the Enganoderma and nether iron, he might be able to get 100 more. Moreover, it was still unknown how many ice fire pills were needed to practice the dual polarity strength skill. But he estimated that he needed 10 pills. He would buy 10 pills first. "All right, please take a seat and wait for a moment. I'll pack up the ice fire pills." The deacon excitedly left. He quickly brought Chernzong a cup of tea and went to retrieve the pills. Soon, Chernzong left with the ice fire pills worth 400 spirit shells and returned directly to the Guan mansion. In the red maple garden, Chernzong took a ice fire pill and put it gently into his mouth. It melted in his mouth and he swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a mixture of coldness and heat, which quickly spread. It was as if he was standing in a world of ice and snow, or being roasted on a fire. This alternating feeling of coldness and heat made Chernzong unable to tell what it was. It was painful but also comfortable. With a strong will, Chernzong withstood this strange feeling and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He silently recited the formula of the dual polarity strength skill, and the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength was also activated. The power of the pill, which was cold and hot, was immediately absorbed into the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill. They mixed together and wandered between Chernzong's bones and muscles. The intertwining of ice and fire, the unique operation skills and trajectories, made the impurities contained in the pure and powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill be expelled little by little. They were squeezed out through the pores of the skin along with the wriggling of the bones and muscles. A little gray gradually appeared on the surface of Chernzong's skin. The effects of 1 ice fire pill lasted for about half an hour. Chernzong opened his eyes and lowered his head to take a look. Soon after, his entire body trembled slightly. The muscles on his body undulated like waves, directly shaking off the gray impurities on the surface of his skin, leaving not even a speck of dust on it. Chernzong tried to circulate his inner strength, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good, the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill is indeed pure. This efficiency was more than 10 times better than when he practiced the strength concentration skill for several days in a row. It also made Chernzong know that his choice was correct. It was very difficult to refine and purify the internal force, and it would bring an obvious burden to the body. However, Chernzong's body was strong and stronger than many warriors, so this level of burden was nothing and was soon eliminated. He took out the second ice fire pill and continued to practice the dual polarity strength skill. 2 days. In just 2 days, Chernzong took all 10 ice fire pills. The refining effect of the internal force was also obvious, and the purity was increased by 30%. The 30% increase meant that the power of the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill was more powerful and his combat strength was enhanced. "I haven't reached the limit yet," Chernzong said to himself. He estimated that he would need at least 10 more ice fire pills. In the shop in the outer city, Chernzong sold the nether iron and Enganoderma and got 150 spirit shells. Including what he had, he still had less than 400 spirit shells. But it didn't matter. Chernzong could borrow them from the Guan mansion first and pay them back when he received his great state scholar's salary next month. Another 10 ice fire pills were obtained, and Chernzong took all of them in 2 days. However, the refining effect of the internal force was not as good as before. In total, the purity of Chen Zong's Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill was increased by 50% with the help of 20 ice fire pills and the dual polarity strength skill. 50% is already the limit, Chen Zong said to himself, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, it was already amazing to be able to refine the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill and increase its purity by 50%. 50%. I wonder if my combat strength has reached the 7-star level? Chen Zong had an idea and was looking forward to it. There was a huge gap between the 7-star level and the 6-star level. It was very difficult to cross. In the history of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, no one had ever achieved it. What Chen Zong didn't know was that even in the place where Nan Shuntian came from, there were very few martial artists who could reach the 7-star level in the Qi refining realm. However, that place as a whole was more than 10 times stronger than the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. The 7-star level was also the goal of Nan Shuntian, but he didn't know if he could achieve it. The gap was like a natural chasm. Without using any secret techniques, Chen Zong used his internal force to perform the most powerful sword strike. After carefully feeling it, he couldn't help but shake his head. He had already touched the 7-star level, but he still hadn't reached it. The gap was really big. However, Chen Zong wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. The refinement of the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill had reached the peak, and the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill had been cultivated to the 6th level. In this aspect, there was no more room for improvement. However, there was still hope for his cultivation to reach the completion of the Qi refining realm. Chen Zong was sure that as long as his cultivation reached the completion of the Qi refining realm, his combat strength would definitely reach the 7-star level, or even the early 7-star level. However, Chen Zong still couldn't find an accurate clue about the completion of the Qi refining realm. He didn't know how long it would take for him to truly comprehend it and grasp the key points and opportunities to break through. Fortunately, other than the completion of the Qi refining realm, there were many other sword techniques that could be practiced. He could also comprehend the body and sword as one and the enlightenment realm more deeply. All of these would directly or indirectly increase Chen Zong's combat strength. Day after day, time flew by. After sparring with Chen Zong again and again, Shi Huanyue finally broke through the limit and successfully comprehended the body and sword as one realm. The accumulation was converted into strength, and his combat strength was increased to the peak of the 4-star level. As if knowing that Shi Huanyue had comprehended the body and sword as one, Su Shaoshui came to Chen Zong from time to time to ask for advice. After a few days, Shi Huanyue also comprehended the body and sword as one. 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon. Chapter 330. The horse galloped as fast as the wind. As fast as lightning, the scenery was grotesque and variegated, as if ghosts were passing by on both sides. Chen Zong left the imperial city on the red-scale dragon horse and headed for Linshan County. 12 golden dragon guards at the peak of LV9 of the genuine martial realm accompanied him. They were the guards who escorted Chen Zong. The title of Great State Scholar was an extremely high honor. It also represented unlimited potential. Chen Zong had yet to mature and become a powerhouse, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Each of the 12 golden dragon guards was at least a 4-star fighter. They could also form a joint attack formation, which was enough to kill a 5-star genuine martial realm warrior and trap a 6-star genuine martial realm warrior for a moment. 20 days later, Chen Zong looked at the gate of Linshan Yard and couldn't help but sigh. It hadn't even been a year since he entered the Overlook Mountain courtyard. In fact, it had only been half a year since he entered the Overlook Mountain courtyard. He had already broken through the limit of the 6-star realm and successfully reached the 7-star realm. Everything had started in Overlook Mountain courtyard. If he hadn't entered Linshan Yard and been accepted as a disciple by Marquis Linshan, he wouldn't have improved so quickly. Chunzong was very grateful to Marquis Linshan for being his master. After dismounting, Chunzong handed the horse to the Golden Dragon Guards and rushed into Linshan Yard impatiently. He was as fast as a gust of wind as he rushed to Guanshan House. Senior sister. It was Guan Yunxi who opened the door. Chunzong greeted her with a smile. Guan Yunxi was stunned. She didn't expect it to be Chunzong. She didn't react until Chunzong called her. She smiled and looked excited. Great State Scholar, you're back. Guan Yunxi smiled with a hint of mockery. Her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. I'm back. Chunzong also smiled. He didn't mind Guan Yunxi's teasing. Where's Master? He went out with Uncle Wei yesterday. I don't know when he'll be back. Guan Yunxi said, but my father was very happy that you were conferred the title of Great State Scholar. He and Uncle Wei both got drunk. Hearing that, Chunzong was touched. Junior brother, I heard that your combat power has reached the peak of the 6-star level. Come, let me test it. Guan Yunxi's fiery red whip flashed as soon as she finished speaking. It was like a spirit snake soaring into the sky. The red lightning sword was unsheathed. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword swiftly and gracefully struck the long red whip. It was as if the sword had pierced a snake's weak spot, causing the long whip to instantly lose its strength. It was as if a snake had its spine pulled out. Guan Yunxi yelled. Her inner strength fluctuated and the long whip shook. The tip of the whip pierced toward Chunzong like the tip of a sword. Guan Yunxi's combat power was still at the 3-star level, but she had reached the peak of the 3-star level. Her inner strength was powerful and domineering, and it contained sharpness. It was the chaotic heaven origin breaking force. Chunzong made a comparison. Guan Yunxi's chaotic heaven-breaking energy was about to reach the 5th level. He should have just broken through not long ago. If he could reach the 6th level, Guan Yunxi's battle prowess would reach the 4-star level. In a place like Linshan County, the peak of the 3-star level was already very good. A 4-star level was the best. However, for Chunzong, who had seen many geniuses in the capital city, a 4-star level was nothing. He controlled his strength to be at the same level as Guan Yunxi's. He only used ordinary sword techniques to exchange pointers with Guan Yunxi. Guan Yunxi fought with all her strength. Her condition was getting better and better. Her whip technique became more mysterious and unpredictable. When it was about time, Chunzong struck the long whip with his sword. The power gathered on the long whip was dispersed again. Guan Yunxi's forehead was covered in sweat. Her breathing was rapid. Chunzong was calm and composed. The battle just now was like a child's play. Guan Yunxi was happy, but at the same time, she felt frustrated. Chunzong stayed in the Mountain View residence. The 12 Golden Dragon Guards did not leave. They stayed in the courtyard to protect Chunzong. Other than cultivating, Guan Yunxi would exchange pointers with Chunzong every day. Chunzong would also teach Guan Yunxi the cultivation and application of the chaotic heaven origin breaking force. This allowed Guan Yunxi to improve every day. Her combat power was gradually approaching the 4-star level. On the 7th day, the Marquis of Linshan and Yan Wei returned. Master, Uncle Wei. Chunzong greeted the two. Good, good, good. The Marquis of Linshan laughed. He was excited and happy from the bottom of his heart. Yan Wei was also smiling. He felt like he was in a daze. I can't tell the origin of this iron plate. The Marquis of Linshan shook his head after studying it over and over again. He returned the iron plate to Chunzong. However, it must be a treasure for the dynasty to keep it in the treasury. Keep it well. It might come in handy in the future. Okay. Chunzong nodded and kept the iron plate close to his body. Master, I came back this time to visit you, senior sister, and Uncle Wei. The second reason is to bid farewell, Chunzong said. Bid farewell. The Marquis of Linshan was shocked. Where are you going? I'm going to travel, Chernzong said seriously. My cultivation has reached the peak of LV9 of the energy training realm. However, I want to break through to the perfection of the energy training realm. Also, the battle with Nan Shuntian made me realize that there are stronger geniuses out there. As for me, I have yet to reach my true limit. Hearing Chernzong's words, the Marquis of Linshan did not know what to say. Sometimes, if a disciple was too outstanding, it would be a headache. Pursuing one's own limit was the goal of every outstanding martial artist. However, not every martial artist could do it. For example, Chernzong's battle strength had already reached the peak of the 6-star realm. He could definitely break through to the real martial realm. However, he was still unwilling and wanted to break through to the perfection of the energy training realm. Training is dangerous. You may even die. I can't accompany you. You can only rely on yourself, the Marquis of Linshan said. Master, don't worry. I won't die. Chernzong said. By the way, Master, I heard Nan Shuntian say that our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, Nine Eagle Dynasty, and Silver Light Dynasty are just small dynasties. Master, please enlighten me. There are some things that ordinary martial artists are not qualified to know. The Marquis of Linshan paused for a moment before continuing. However, with your talent and potential, as well as your current status, these are no longer secrets. Chernzong listened attentively. Our Cloud Dragon Dynasty has 1 capital, 3 prefectures, and 18 counties. It can be considered a vast land with abundant resources. However, in front of a greater power, it is nothing. Nine Eagle Dynasty and Silver Light Dynasty are similar to our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. In front of a greater power, they can only be considered small dynasties. If you head north of our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, you will reach the Sinking Feather River. Sinking Feather River. Hearing this, Chernzong's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the words left behind by Chaotic Heaven Martial King in his cave mansion. He said that his other cave mansion was at the Sinking Feather River. The Sinking Feather River is known as the Floating Feather River. It requires a special boat to cross it. After crossing the Sinking Feather River, you will enter another area. That vast area is governed by a dynasty. Nan Shuntian should be from there. The Marquis of Linshan said in a dignified tone, that dynasty is called the Longtu Dynasty. Its territory is more than 100 times larger than our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, and its resources are more than 100 times richer. It has many geniuses and countless pseudo-transcendent. The number of transcendent realm masters they have is far more than our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Even if all the transcendent realm masters of the 3 great dynasties were added together, it would not be more than a third of the Longtu dynasties. Chernzong was shocked. At the same time, he yearned for it. Longtu Dynasty. These 4 words left a deep impression in Chernzong's heart. The Longtu Dynasty had a genius like Nan Shuntian. Perhaps there were even stronger geniuses. Just the thought of fighting with stronger geniuses made one's blood boil with excitement. Master, is the Chaotic Heaven Martial King also from the Longtu Dynasty? Chernzong suddenly asked. I'm not sure if the Chaotic Heaven Martial King is from the Longtu Dynasty. The Marquis of Linshan said, but according to the results of the investigation, those people from the Demon Wind Hall are from the Longtu Dynasty. They seem to be the remnants of a force from the Longtu Dynasty that is trying to establish themselves in our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Then wouldn't the Cloud Dragon Dynasty? Chernzong was worried. It's fine. It's just a group of remnants. They can't shake the foundation of our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. It'll just take some time. The Marquis of Linshan said. He didn't care too much about the Demon Wind Hall. That was indeed the case. There were many masters in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Once they did, they could destroy the remnants of the Demon Wind Hall. Chernzong wasn't worried. Are you going to cross the Sinking Feather River and head to the Longtu Dynasty? The Marquis of Linshan suddenly asked. I will go to the Longtu Dynasty, but only after I reach the great circle of the training realm. Chenzong said. The plan was slowly forming. If your cultivation can reach the great circle of the training realm, your fighting strength will break through the limit and reach the 7-star realm. The Marquis of Linshan's eyes flashed. The 7-star realm's fighting strength doesn't belong to the training realm. Master, please enlighten me. Chenzong said. The training realm's fighting strength is divided according to the true martial realm, but there are some differences. The true martial realm's fighting strength reaches the limit of the 6-star realm. The 7-star realm that surpasses the 6-star realm is called the pseudo-transcendent realm. The Marquis of Linshan said, Like me, I have the 7-star realm's fighting strength. The difference between the 7-star realm and the 6-star realm is huge. Therefore, the 7-star realm's fighting strength in the training realm is also called the pseudo-true martial realm. Pseudo-true martial realm. Chenzong muttered to himself. His heart was filled with ambition. I've heard that some training realm martial artists can condense their inner strength to the limit and break through the limit, turning it into pseudo-true force. Its power isn't as strong as the real true force, but it's far stronger than inner strength. The Marquis of Linshan said logically, those training realm martial artists who can condense their inner strength into pseudo-true force all have at least the 7-star realm's fighting strength. Actually, the pseudo-true martial realm's name comes from the pseudo-true force. Chenzong felt that his horizons were broadened once again. It was a wonderful feeling. Every time he reached the end of a path, he would suddenly find a door in front of him. When he pushed the door open, he would see more paths. Every path seemed to lead to a mysterious place, making him yearn for it and willing to give up everything for it. Chapter 331. The winter rain and the cold brought out the bleakness of winter even more thoroughly. Master, Uncle Wei, senior sister, in the future we'll meet again. Amidst the drizzling rain, Chenzong knelt to the Marquis of Linshan and then bowed to Yen Wei. In the end, he clasped his hands towards Guan Yunxi before turning around. With the resolve of a swordsman, his footsteps were firm and his back straight as he pressed forward. Junior brother, you must live well. Guan Yunxi shouted at Chenzong's back. Chenzong didn't look back and just waved his hand as he walked further and further away. Let's go back. The Marquis of Linshan said only after Chenzong's back disappeared. Using his movement technique, Chenzong's speed became faster and faster. When he reached the limit, Chenzong entered the state of enlightenment. He guided the power of heaven and earth around him, making his body lighter and his speed increased by 40%. Previously it was only 30%, but now it was 40%, which was obviously faster. This proved that Chenzong had a deeper understanding of the state of enlightenment. Firstly, it was because he had read the Wuzhen secret record, and secondly, it was because of the Marquis of Linshan's guidance. After all, the Marquis of Linshan was a pseudo-transcendent realm master and had already stepped into the state of enlightenment. In terms of application, he was much better than Chenzong. His speed increased by 40%, but the consumption of mental energy was much less than when he increased it by 30%. After leaving Linshan County, Chenzong carried him all the way to Sinking Feather River. His ultimate goal was, of course, to cross the Sinking Feather River and head to the even more powerful Longtu dynasty to pursue his own path of martial arts. However, to set off from Linshan County, he would have to cross half of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The entire process would take quite a bit of time. Along the way, Chenzong would be able to hone himself while searching for the opportunity to reach the great perfection of the training stage. Chenzong walked forward. He climbed over mountains and crossed rivers. He lived in the open. As he walked on the ground, his clothes gradually became tattered and his skin came in contact with the cold wind. Comprehending truth, sensing the power of heaven and earth. This kind of direct contact allowed Chen Zong to continuously deepen his comprehension of the Wuzhen's secret records and the guidance of his master, the Marquis of Linshan. It's time to pack up and have a good meal before continuing our journey. Rushing out of the forest, Chen Zong headed forward. There was a city in front of him, and on top of the city gate, there was a signboard with the words Double Mountain City, written in red. Great Mountain City was the city of Great Mountain Commandery. It was also the most prosperous place in Great Mountain Commandery and Great Mountain Province. Stepping into Heavy Mountain City, Chen Zong could feel the difference, a kind of settling down. Heavy Mountain City was bigger and older than Mountain Overlook City, but it wasn't as big as the imperial capital. The first thing Chen Zong did was to book a room in a restaurant and ask the waiter to bring him hot water. After washing up, he changed into a clean set of clothes. Moving into the restaurant, Chen Zong planned to have a hearty meal. After all, the food he ate while sleeping in the open was very simple and could not be considered delicious. There were so many people in the restaurant that it was almost impossible to find an empty table. "Brother Chen," a familiar voice sounded. Chen Zong looked over and saw the son of King Chongshan, Yi Fifan. "Brother Yi." Chen Zong cupped his fist. "Brother Chen, since you came to Great Mountain Commandery, you should have come to see me." Yi Fifan was very friendly. "Please have a seat. Waiter, bring me another set of chopsticks." "Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Yi Feiyun. He is also Fian's brother." Yi Fifan pointed at the young man sitting on his left and said, "This is Qiu Honggang. He is Qiu Honglia's brother." "Brother Yi, Brother Qiu." Chen Zong cupped his fist and felt that it was interesting. The first time he saw Yi Fifan, he was accompanied by Yi Fian and Qiu Honglai. Now, he was accompanied by Yi Fian's brother, Yi Feiyun, and Qiu Honglia's brother, Qiu Honggang. What a coincidence! "Fifan, who is this?" Yi Feiyun was confused. "Cousin, Brother Qiu, this is that," Yi Fifan said. "That?" Yi Feiyun and Qiu Honggang were stunned. They didn't understand at first, but then they thought of something. "Is he Chen Zong, Chen?" Yi Feiyun exclaimed. "That's me." Chen Zong interrupted Yi Feiyun's exclamation. He didn't want to be the center of attention here. Yi Feiyun didn't exclaim again. Instead, he stood up and saluted Chen Zong. So did Qiu Honggang. After knowing Chen Zong's identity, the two became much more enthusiastic. Chen Zong was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Yi Fifan spoke up and calmed him down. The restaurant was very popular. There were no other empty tables. Chen Zong sat down. Seeing Chen Zong gulping down meat and wine, Yi Fifan and the other two were also affected by his forthrightness. Their appetites increased greatly, and before they could finish the dishes on one table, they immediately called for the second table to continue eating. Especially Chen Zong, who had been living in the wild for a long time. He ate to his heart's content. His strong physique made his digestion and absorption far better than others. Most of the wine and dishes went into Chen Zong's stomach. The other three were shocked. They all thought to themselves that Chen Zong was indeed a great state scholar. Even his appetite was incomparable to ordinary people. After eating, Yi Fifan invited Chen Zong to the Yi mansion. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong agreed. A great state scholar is indeed extraordinary. King Chongshan received Chen Zong. Although King Chongshan was a transcendent realm master, Chen Zong was awarded the title of Great State Scholar at a young age. It meant that he had amazing talent and potential. Moreover, he had broken the limit of the strength-refining realm in the dynasty. It was very likely that he would reach the transcendent realm in the future. Chen Zong did not stay for long. He only stayed in the Yi mansion for one night. After a little rest, he asked to leave. "Brother Chen, do you think I'm not a good host?" Yi Fifan asked. "No, I'm honing myself. I won't stay for long." Chen Zong said, "If fate wills it, we'll drink together in the future." In that case, I won't ask you to stay. Brother Chen, your martial arts are prosperous. Yi Fifan cupped his fists solemnly. Your martial arts are prosperous. Goodbye. Chen Zong cupped his fists in return and left with firm step. Watching Chen Zong leave, Yi Fifan's thoughts drifted. After a long time, he exhaled and secretly made up his mind to go out for experience and further improve himself. After all, Chen Zong had been appointed as a great state scholar by the dynasty. He had a very high status and special honor. His combat strength had even broken the dynasty's record and reached the limit of 6 stars. No matter how one looked at it, it was a goal that no one in the same generation could reach. Now, Chen Zong could start to break through to the true martial realm and become a true martial realm martial artist. He could advance by leaps and bounds and become more powerful. However, he did not. Instead, he further honed himself. What was there to be proud of? Chen Zong did not know that he had influenced Yi Fifan and made him decide to go out for experience. Experience was not a trivial matter. There was a possibility of death. Walking out of Chongshan City, Chen Zong continued to move north. Once again, he had to live in the open. The Cloud Dragon dynasty had 1 capital, 3 states, and 18 counties. After a month, Chen Zong walked out of Chongshan State and was about to step into the Tianhe State. His long robe was tattered and stained with many bloodstains. It had already dried into a dark red color and looked like spots. Over the past month, Chen Zong had spent most of his time traversing mountains and rivers. He had also encountered many dangers. There were not many bandits in the Cloud Dragon dynasty because most of them had been eliminated. However, there were still some left. These bandits were extremely vicious and not weak. Chen Zong had encountered bandits whose combat strength had reached 5 stars. They were a rare group of people in the strength refining realm. Of course, a 5 stars combat strength was nothing in front of Chen Zong, who had barely reached 7 stars. It was just a matter of a sword to kill them. In addition to bandits and villains, he would also encounter demonic beasts. There were not many demonic beasts in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Some were very weak, but some were very strong. Chen Zong had encountered a demonic beast whose combat strength was equivalent to the peak of 6 stars of the strength refining realm. Such a demonic beast, coupled with its strong physique, was more difficult to deal with than other peak 6 stars warriors. Chen Zong also spent a lot of effort to kill it. Although this month was difficult and dangerous, it also brought great benefits to Chen Zong. His spiritual will was obviously sharpened, becoming purer and more resilient. His spiritual power was also improved. In the realm of enlightenment, Chen Zong's understanding had increased a little. In addition, there was the sword technique. The sword technique learned from the mountain overlook courtyard and the dynasty's arsenal were all digested in Chen Zong's sharpening. They became his own accumulation and pushed forward the progress of the body and sword as one. Chen Zong was confident that even those warriors who had stepped into the body and sword as one realm for decades might not necessarily surpass him in terms of comprehension of the body and sword as one realm. With the deepening of the realm of enlightenment and the improvement of his sword technique, Chen Zong's combat strength finally stepped into the early 7 stars. Pseudo-true martial arts realm. His comprehension of the body and sword as one had reached a high level. He could no longer advance by leaps and bounds. He could only slowly polish and improve it bit by bit. Therefore, Chen Zong shifted his focus to the comprehension of the Lingwu realm. Lingwu was the martial arts and weapon of the Lingwu realm. Martial arts and weapons were all in one's heart. His improvement was remarkable, but he still had not reached the great fulfillment of the strength refining realm. Chen Zong's foundation was too solid, which caused the bottleneck of the great fulfillment of the strength refining realm to be even stronger. However, Chen Zong was not in a hurry. This kind of thing could not be rushed. Thinking back to when he broke through to the great fulfillment of the Qi and Blood realm, there was a large factor of coincidence. He believed that Ding Xian was able to break through to the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm because of great opportunities and luck. There was no trace of this kind of breakthrough. Otherwise, it would not be like the legend that it was not truly categorized into the strength-refining realm. There were only 9 transformations and no 10 transformations. However, now that my combat strength has truly reached the early 7 stars, if I can break through to the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm, to what extent will my combat strength increase? Middle stage 7 stars? No, it should be more than that. The gap between the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm and the peak of the 9 transformations is very obvious. At least, I can reach the late 7 stars. While he was speculating, Chernzong's sword trembled slightly. The sword chi surged and swept like a storm. In an instant, the 3 tyrannical monsters in front of him were killed. His figure swept past them and flew down the mountain. Behind him was the boundary of the Chongshan state. In front of him was the boundary of the Tianhe state. The mountain below his feet was the boundary between the 2 states. It was called the Tuzhou Mountain. Chapter 332. The Great Mountain Province was dominated by mountains, with overlapping mountain ranges. The Heavenly River Province was accompanied by water, with rivers crisscrossing. The long Heavenly River flowed from the south to the north, passing through the Heavenly River Province and heading out of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. The long Heavenly River was more than 10,000 meters wide, and there were towered ships sailing down it. A towered ship with a length of 20 meters and a width of 6 meters, with a 3-story wooden building, sailed through the wind and waves at a very fast speed. The main color of this towered ship was vermilion, gilded with silver, and decorated with many hollow carvings, looking bright and rich. On the deck of the towered ship, people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, either sipping tea and drinking wine around small round tables or standing before the railings to enjoy the scenery. Chen Zong, dressed in a moon-white sword robe and wearing a calm expression, stood alone on the left railing. His slender fingers naturally rested on the hollow railing. His eyes were as clear as spring water, reflecting everything before him. The flowing water and the distant trees. Everything was natural and peaceful. Everything seemed so calm. The voices of the people on the deck nearby gradually became distant. The splashing sound of the flowing water became increasingly clear, as if it flowed through the body and the heart. The distracting thoughts gradually flowed away with the flowing water, leaving behind a pure and ethereal state. Without thinking or thinking, everything followed the heart. The towered ship sailed quickly, riding the wind and breaking the waves, separating the left and right sides of the river. White waves rippled endlessly. Chernzong did not know what state he was in. He only felt that his heart was like a river, indescribably lively. After Chernzong entered the Heavenly River Province, he learned that there were many waterways in the Heavenly River Province, so he had a sudden idea to travel by water. Along the way, he had been running on land. This was his first time traveling by water. Perhaps he would have a different kind of comprehension. Is there something wrong with that person? He keeps staring at the river. Maybe he thinks the river is beautiful. Haha, no matter how beautiful it is, he can't stare at it for 5 or 6 hours without changing his posture. That's other people's business. It has nothing to do with us. Just do your own thing. I think it's very interesting. He has 2 swords and a bow and arrows on his back. Chernzong didn't know what other people thought of him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Otherwise, his life would be too tiring. As time went by, the people on the deck changed several times. Only Chernzong still stood there alone. His hands naturally rested on the hollow railing, and he did not move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. His mind was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Chernzong could not help but frown. He felt as if inspiration was about to burst out, but it was stuck and could not explode. Hey, strange person, what's your name? Why do you keep staring at the water? What's so nice about the river? A clear and melodious voice like that of an oriole resounded in Chen Zong's ears. Chen Zong was absent-minded for a moment. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing layers of ripples to spread out. Yes, there's nothing nice about the river. Chen Zong turned his head and responded to the speaker with a gentle smile. It was a girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old. She was dressed in an emerald green gown. Her big black eyes stared at Chen Zong as if they could speak. Since he couldn't comprehend it, it meant that the time was not right. Chen Zong didn't waste time on it. If he had to comprehend it now, he would only sink deeper and farther away. It was better to give up for the time being and divert his attention. Maybe he would really comprehend it when the opportunity presented itself. My name is Luo Xiaowen. What's your name? The little girl in the emerald green gown spoke again. Chen Zong. Chen Zong answered calmly. His eyes fell on the surface of the long Tianhe again. He watched the continuous river flowing from the south to the north, carrying the ship forward quickly. Chen Zong. This name sounds familiar. Luo Xiaowen tilted her head and blinked her eyes. I remember now. The great scholar's name is also Chen Zong. Are you the great scholar? Luo Xiaowen asked. What do you think? Chen Zong didn't say yes or no. Instead, he asked back. You're definitely not the great scholar. Luo Xiaowen looked Chen Zong up and down and said with certainty. Chen Zong smiled and didn't refute. So what if he was? So what if he wasn't? Chen Zong, who has the same name as the great scholar. You haven't told me what's so nice about the river. I've been staring at it. Luo Xiaowen asked again. Then she looked at the two swords at Chen Zong's waist. Are you going to comprehend some sword art from the river? Comprehend sword art from the river. Luo Xiaowen's words made Chen Zong slightly stunned. He only felt that what he had been missing before seemed to appear all of a sudden and turned into a flash of light. Chen Zong quickly caught it. Hey. You have the same name as the great scholar. Seeing that Chen Zong didn't respond to her, Luo Xiaowen couldn't help shouting a few more times. However, Chen Zong, who suddenly had a flash of light, seemed not to hear her. He was completely immersed in comprehension and directly ignored Luo Xiaowen. Just ignore me. It's so boring. Luo Xiaowen looked at Chen Zong and found that he was staring at the river in a daze again. She stamped her feet and snorted twice, then turned and left like an emerald cloud. Sword. Flowing water in Chen Zong's mind, one sword art after another emerged. Autumn water sword art. Turbid flow sword art. Lesser sky cold water sword art. Torrential flow sword art. The sword art was varied, and the mystery contained in each one seemed to be related to water. The flowing water is not stagnant. The sword moves endlessly. All kinds of comprehensions suddenly emerged, which were about the comprehension of the sword art, and the Lingwu realm of body sword integration. Although Chen Zong had mastered the second Lingwu realm of body sword integration, the involved was relatively shallow. Before, he had been devoted to the comprehension of the consolidation realm. It was not until it was about time that he began to comprehend the Lingwu realm. The consolidation realm was to combine the strength of the body and the weapon in the hand into one and exert the strongest power. The Lingwu realm, perhaps, didn't have much improvement in power, but in the application of strength and the performance of martial arts, there would be a great change. It was a qualitative change from a dead thing to a living thing. Previously, the improvement of Chen Zong's combat strength was related to the body sword integration, but more came from the consolidation realm. The Lingwu realm was only a small part because his comprehension was not deep enough. However, it also meant that Chen Zong's combat strength still had great potential for improvement. The setting sun shone on the long Milky Way, as if it was draped with a layer of red gauze and moved with the flowing water. Chen Zong's eyes reflected the setting sun. Between the sparkling waves, there seemed to be divine light rippling in the bottom of his eyes. More and more comprehensions flowed endlessly like the gurgling water. On a whim, Chen Zong raised his left hand, put his fingers together like a sword, and gently swiped through the air. His fingertips were light and slow, but the air seemed to be rippling like water. Immediately, his fingers stabbed forward like a sword, seemingly fast but actually slow, piercing the air. It also seemed to be squeezing the air and pushing it forward, but it didn't shoot out like a sword. Instead, it flowed forward like a river. A finger brought about the realm of flowing water. Using the finger to replace the sword flowed like water. Is that guy stupid? He just waved his fingers randomly and thought he was some kind of master. It looks a bit interesting, but it's useless. Yeah, looking at his sword, he should be a sword warrior. He's using the finger to replace the sword to practice sword art. I can't tell what sword art it is. It's just stabbing and swiping, sloppy and ordinary. Humph, he's just playing to the gallery. Wei Jingshi sneered, sitting on the north side of the small round table. Brother Wei has the fighting strength of the limit of 3 stars and is ranked in the top 30 of the Tianhe State's strong dragon ranking. His sword art is superb. The young girl sitting on Wei Jingshi's left had a look of worship on her face. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she stared at the handsome Wei Jingshi. He was handsome and powerful. Which girl didn't yearn for love? There were a lot of people on this ship, but they were all guests. Among them, there were many martial artists. Some were in the true martial realm, but they were all relatively ordinary. Even if there were a few geniuses, Wei Jingshi was one of them. The fighting strength of the limit of 3 stars was nothing in the Imperial City. He couldn't even enter the Dragon Pavilion and couldn't make a splash. However, in the 3 states it was still very shocking. After all, if he could be ranked in the Young Dragon ranking of a county, he could also be ranked in the Strong Dragon ranking of a state. Brother Wei, why don't you go up and teach him how to practice sword art? The young man sitting on the right smiled and said with some flattery. The two of them didn't hide their words, so the others around them heard them. Suddenly, they all looked at Wei Jingshi with surprise, admiration, and even envy. This made Wei Jingshi very happy and secretly felt good. Well, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach him how to use the sword. Wei Jingshi smiled and stood up. Wearing a golden sword robe, he looked very elegant. He strode toward Chen Zong. Hey, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you take advantage of me. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Swords shouldn't be used like that. They should be used like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jingshi pulled out his sword. The sword was like a golden stream of light. It swayed in the air like a golden flower. After the flower bloomed, it split into 5 flowers. The 5 golden flowers also bloomed and rushed toward Chen Zong from 5 directions. This sword technique was extremely gorgeous. Under the illumination of the setting sun, it was even more beautiful, causing people to exclaim in admiration. Good sword art! As expected of a genius in the top 30 of the Strong Dragon ranking of our Tianhe State. This sword art is the first I've seen in my life. They all spoke, and the amazement made Wei Jingshi even more proud. His sword swayed again, as if showing off his skill. The 5 golden flowers split again, and became 25 flowers. In all fairness, not to mention Wei Jingshi's personality, just her swordsmanship alone was indeed extraordinary. Although Chen Zong didn't care about what was going on outside, Wei Jingshi's sword art aroused Chen Zong's vigilance. It was the guidance of the sword. In the face of the 25 golden flowers coming from all directions, Chen Zong didn't use his sword. He just used his finger as a sword and gently swiped it. The air around him seemed to turn into water. As the air rippled, it affected the 25 golden flowers and slowed them down. Wei Jingshi's expression changed. He found that his sword seemed to have pierced into water. There was an obvious resistance. Then, he pushed his finger forward like a sword. It was like a light tap. Wei Jingshi's sword seemed to be automatically sent to Chen Zong's finger. Chapter 333. Chen Zong withdrew his finger. Wei Jingshi was trembling all over. Her fingers loosened, and the golden sword fell out of her hand. It stabbed into the hardwood deck of the ship. The sword swayed slightly, reflecting a dazzling golden red light under the setting sun. Wei Jingshi sat down on the deck. Her body was trembling, and her limbs were weak. It was as if her bones had been pulled out, and she fell to the ground like a noodle. "Brother Wei!" the young girl exclaimed and ran over. "Brother Wei!" The young man's expression changed, and he also rushed over. Everyone else was stunned. They didn't even notice that the wine they were supposed to drink was poured into their collars, and they didn't even notice that the peanuts they were supposed to throw into their mouths were thrown into their nostrils. Shocking, it was too shocking. The eyes of the warriors of the real martial realm on the deck flashed, and they felt as if there was a storm raging in their hearts. Using a finger as a sword, but it contained endless mysteries. It was indescribable. Although everyone present was a warrior, and some of them were not weak, their martial arts realms were not high enough. They were still far from achieving the unity of body and martial arts. Naturally, they couldn't see the mysteries contained in the finger sword. They were very surprised that Wei Jingshi, who had reached the peak of the 3-star level, was trembling all over. Her sword fell out of her hand, and her body became weak. It was as if she was cooperating with her opponent. However, those who knew Wei Jingshi knew that she wouldn't cooperate with others. It was more likely the other way around. Wei Jingshi's strength and qi and blood were scattered. Even after she was helped up, her body was still trembling slightly. She looked at Chen Zong with fear and did not dare to say anything. She left dejectedly, not even daring to stay on the deck. Chen Zong didn't care. Wei Jingshi's sword just now seemed to have opened up a gap, and Chen Zong's understanding of martial arts poured out. Sword like flowing water. It wasn't just the way to use the sword, it was also the way to use the power. It was a high level, and belonged to the second stage of the unity of body and sword, Lingwu. In an instant Chen Zong's sword pierced out, and it was like flowing water. It broke down all of the opponent's defenses, and made the opponent unable to resist. As his comprehension deepened, Chen Zong ignored the others and continued to gesture in the air with his fingers instead of his sword. Night fell, but Chen Zong did not leave. He was still paddling. The lights of the junk ship illuminated the surrounding river, which looked different from the daytime. It gave Chen Zong a new insight. In the dead of the night, the people on the deck had all returned to their rooms to rest. Only Chen Zong was still standing by the railing of the deck, waving his sword fingers. The night was cold as water. Chen Zong's sword fingers streaked through the air as if they were tearing apart the night sky. There seemed to be sword light lingering under his fingers. Strands of sword light circled around, either straight or curve. A wisp of white appeared in the east. Then, the first ray of golden light streaked across the remaining night sky, projecting on the surface of the river. When that ray of sunlight shone into Chen Zong's eyes, it was as if something had awoken from a deep slumber. The light in the depths of his eyes was like sword light, piercing through the sunlight. Chen Zong's sword finger also followed with a slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if the air under his sword fingers had turned into flowing water, flowing forward continuously. Has he been cultivating the whole night? It looks like it. He hasn't even moved his feet. He's really a cultivation maniac. No wonder he's so powerful. Many warriors were used to getting up early. When they came to the deck and saw Chen Zong, they were surprised and began to talk about him. Even though there were quite a number of martial artists who cultivated very hard, very painstakingly, like Chen Zong, who gave people a feeling of being bedeviled, was in the minority. It was not until noon when the sun was shining in the sky that Chen Zong stopped practicing. It was not that he did not want to practice anymore, but that he had reached a bottleneck. He sat at an empty small round table, ordered some food and wine, and had a good meal. "Young friend, can I sit here?" A middle-aged warrior walked to Chen Zong with a smile and asked in a gentle voice. He did not sit down directly. "Go ahead." Chen Zong glanced at him and judged his cultivation. He was a warrior in the real martial arts realm. "Thank you." The middle-aged warrior sat down with a smile. "My name is Lin Jiang. How should I address you?" "Chen Zong." Chen Zong said his name. "Chen Zong. Are you Chen Zong, the great state scholar?" Lin Jiang, the middle-aged warrior, exclaimed. If it had been before, no one would have associated the great state scholar with Chen Zong. After all, it was not uncommon for warriors to have the same name. However, Chen Zong's performance yesterday had left a deep impression on them. When they heard the name, they immediately associated it with him. "That's me." Chen Zong nodded. The middle-aged warrior was suddenly very excited. He even stood up and bowed to Chen Zong. Chen Zong also stood up and bowed. "I didn't expect to see the great state scholar here, and even be able to sit at the same table with him." Lin Jiang was very excited. The others around him were also very excited. They were extremely lucky to be able to meet a great state scholar, and the youngest one in the history of the dynasty. As for being hostile or even trying to kill him, no one thought about it because they were all warriors of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. They all carried the honor of the dynasty. The great state scholar was the supreme representative of honor. If someone wanted to harm the great state scholar, they would stand up and fight. This was a tradition passed down from the formation of a dynasty. It was also one of the reasons why the Cloud Dragon dynasty could continue to prosper. "Greetings, great state scholar. My name is..." "Hello, great state scholar. My name is..." The warriors of the true martial realm all around came up and bowed. They all reported their names, wanting to get to know Chen Zong. Chen Zong also didn't act arrogant. They all returned the greeting, leaving a deeper impression on everyone. Wei Jingshi also knew that Chen Zong was the famous great state scholar. Her face kept changing. In the end, she snorted and turned around to leave the deck. These warriors of the true martial realm, including Lin Jiang, didn't bother Chen Zong. Instead, they chatted for a while and returned to their original seat. This was a kind of respect. Although Chen Zong's cultivation was not as good as theirs, and his strength was not as good as theirs, they still placed him in the same position. "You still say you're not a great state scholar." The little girl, Luo Xiaowen, walked over and snorted. She had an unhappy look on her face. "I didn't say I wasn't," Chen Zong said with a smile. Speaking of which, Chen Zong was able to comprehend something yesterday because of a few words from this girl named Luo Xiaowen. Therefore, when he saw her, he was in a good mood. Luo Xiaowen shook her finger and recalled. Indeed, Chen Zong didn't say he wasn't a great state scholar. He just said, "What do you think?" Anyway, it's your fault. You have to compensate me." Luo Xiaowen said, "Well, your swordsmanship is very good. Teach me swordsmanship." "Okay," Chen Zong said with a smile. He felt that he was influenced by her and became much younger. "What kind of swordsmanship do you want to learn?" Chen Zong asked with a smile. "A good-looking swordsmanship," Luo Xiaowen said directly without hesitation. "Then look at this swordsmanship. Is it good-looking?" As soon as Chen Zong finished speaking, he immediately grabbed a chopstick and used it as a sword. He gently waved it. There seemed to be a sword light that flashed by. It was ever-changing. There seemed to be flowers blooming and clouds floating in the sky changing into various shapes. It was very gorgeous. "It's good-looking. I want to learn this swordsmanship." Luo Xiaowen was pleasantly surprised. Chen Zong didn't hold back. He patiently taught this swordsmanship to Luo Xiaowen in detail. This swordsmanship was actually created by Chen Zong on a whim. It should be known that Chen Zong had practiced more than 200 or 300 swordsmanship. This was a number that many warriors couldn't achieve in their lifetime. These swordsmanship brought Chen Zong a deep accumulation of experience. In addition to the mystery of the realm of body and sword and Chen Zong's amazing comprehension ability, it was easy for him to create some simple swordsmanship. For example, the move just now was very powerful, but it was very gorgeous. It was indeed good-looking. It was more of a performance than a battle. This swordsmanship wasn't difficult. Luo Xiaowen's learning ability wasn't bad either. It didn't take her long to learn it. Time flew. Chen Zong had stayed on this ship for half a month. He spent most of his time on cultivation, especially watching the river and comprehending the swordsmanship. He then comprehended the Linwu realm of body and sword as one. His progress was very obvious. His battle strength had also increased a little. However, he was still at the early stage of 7-star. The small gap between 7-star was bigger than 6-star. It wasn't easy to cross it. As for the realm of perfection, Chen Zong always had a feeling that he was about to grasp the inspiration, but lacked the opportunity to truly comprehend it. The long sky river flowed from south to north. It flowed out of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. However, Chen Zong couldn't take this ship and directly sail out of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. After another 3 days, Chen Zong got off the ship at the border of the Sky River State, which was the destination of the ship. "Goodbye, Brother Chen." Luo Xiaowen was reluctant to part. "Goodbye if fate wills it." Chen Zong smiled. "Goodbye, great scholar." Lin Jiang and the others also bid farewell to Chen Zong. After more than 10 days on the ship, most people had a good relationship with Chen Zong. In addition to Chen Zong's identity as a great scholar, they also liked Chen Zong very much. He was hard-working, humble, and sincere. He might have some shortcomings, but after more than 10 days of interaction, Chen Zong had indeed left a good impression on them. "I'm so happy that our Cloud Dragon dynasty has such a great scholar. Yes, I hope there are more people like him. Don't think too much. A great scholar like Chen Zong is rarely seen in 100 years. Nine Eagle Dynasty and Silver Light Dynasty don't have one." Looking at Chen Zong's departing figure, everyone spoke one after another. Chen Zong continued to move forward. He went all the way north and gradually walked out of the Sky River State. Further ahead was a mountain. Half of the mountain was within the Cloud Dragon dynasty, while the other half was outside of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It was nearly 2,000 meters tall and lofty. If he wanted to go around it, he would have to spend a lot of time. Chen Zong chose to go over the mountain. Chapter 334. The plains were vast and seemed to stretch on endlessly. Chen Zong sprinted through the grassy plains, heading north at full speed. The aura here is different from the one in the dynasty. As he ran, Chen Zong carefully sensed his surroundings. Just like people, different regions would have different auras: calm, peaceful, violent, and so on. The aura of a region was not only related to its environment, but also to the creatures that inhabited it. For example, in regions where monster beasts gathered, the aura would be affected by the monster beasts and become violent, filled with monster chi fluctuations. The aura of the dynasty was relatively peaceful. Although there was competition everywhere, it was a kind of benign competition under the laws of the dynasty, full of vitality. But the feeling Chen Zong got from this place was a mixture of violence and ferocity, a kind of chaotic aura. Before he set off, his honored master Marquis Lin Shan had already said that the junction of the 3 great dynasties was a wilderness. This wilderness was not under the jurisdiction of the 3 great dynasties, and because the land was barren, the 3 great dynasties did not compete for it, turning it into an unregulated zone. Many martial artists who had committed crimes in the 3 great dynasties were unwilling to be captured. They all fled from the dynasties and entered the wilderness. In this wilderness there was a city called the 3 Ferocious City. 3 Ferocious City was originally built by 3 vicious transcendent realm masters, and after passing down generation after generation, it had developed to become very powerful. After the death of the three ferocious, although no transcendent realm masters appeared in the city, there were many pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Some information about three ferocious city flashed through his mind, but Chen Zong did not slow down at all. In the barren wilderness, the figures of monster beasts could occasionally be seen, but they were not powerful monster beasts. After a gray wolf discovered Chen Zong, it let out a howl and rushed over like a gust of wind, passing by Chen Zong's figure. Chen Zong was still moving forward, but the lone wolf fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Its eyes were dim, and it had already lost its life. There were no visible wounds on its surface, but if one were to cut it open, one would find that its bones, muscles, and internal organs were all shattered. The moment they passed each other, Chen Zong's sleeves seemed to have accidentally touched Lone Wolf's body. The flowing water sword he had comprehended bombarded Lone Wolf's body. The tyrannical power was like flowing water, shaking Lone Wolf's body, and causing damage from the outside to the inside. Although Lone Wolf's body looked intact on the outside, it was a mess inside. However, this was also because Lone Wolf's strength was relatively weak. If it had been other powerful demonic beasts, Chen Zong's sleeves might not have been able to do this. As he passed by, Chen Zong caught a glimpse of a few rotting corpses from the corner of his eye. He could not help but sigh. It was rare to see such a scene in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, but Chen Zong had already seen several such scenes. It was indeed a chaotic place. However, if they wanted to reach the sinking Feather River, they would have to pass through this place. Kill! Silent Gale! Go to hell! Hundreds of meters away, a group of people were torn between life and death. Saber light danced wildly, spear shadows crisscrossed, and withered grass fluttered in the air. The aftermath spread out and tore the ground apart. Chen Zong ignored them. He did not want to get involved in this kind of unnecessary trouble. However, along the way, no less than 5 people were killed, which made Chen Zong feel more emotional. Stop. Hand over the cultivation method obediently, and I'll spare your life. A young man was running at full speed. He was as vigorous as a cheetah, but he looked panicked. Behind him, 3 men in short brown robes were chasing him crazily. All of them looked ferocious. Here's something for you. The young man seemed to realize that it was difficult for him to escape. When he saw Chen Zong, he directly took out something from his arms, exerted his strength, and threw it at Chen Zong as if he was throwing a stone. Chen Zong's figure drifted away to avoid it. However, he did not want to get into trouble, but trouble still came to him. One of the men in short brown robes smirked and threw out a palm. There was a vortex of strength in his palm that kept spinning. Warriors with lower strength would feel dizzy, but it did not affect Chen Zong at all. Chen Zong's figure flashed and avoided the palm of the warrior in short brown robes. At the same time, he said, "I'm just passing by." However, the 3 men acted as if they did not hear him. They attacked again with murderous intent. It was not strange to kill people indiscriminately in the territory of Triple Ferocious City. In this chaotic place, it was not strange to kill people if you did not like them, if you were in a bad mood, or if you just wanted to kill people. Seeing that the 3 warriors in short robes who were chasing him had changed their target, the young man was relieved. However, he did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he tightened his clothes and hurried away. It's fine as long as I'm alive. It has nothing to do with me whether others die or not, the young man thought. Once again, Chen Zong avoided the attacks of the 3 men. His expression was cold and solemn. You have some strength, but you still have to die. The 3 warriors in short brown robes were angry that they could not kill Chen Zong. Their faces were full of murderous intent. They directly used their killing moves and attacked Chen Zong fiercely. Chen Zong had already backed down twice. He would not back down a 3rd time. If they wanted to kill him, then die. He did not draw his sword. The 3 warriors in 8 turn of the training realm were not qualified to do so. Chen Zong's index finger gently swept across the air like a sharp sword. The sword's strength was like water, silently permeating the surroundings. The killing moves of the 3 warriors in short robes were like dust being washed away by running water. They all retreated and disappeared. The movements of the 3 warriors also stopped in the air, their eyes full of confusion. Ignoring the 3 men because they had already lost their lives, Chen Zong grabbed the air with his 5 fingers. The thing that fell to the side flew into his hand. It was a book. Chen Zong flipped it open and took a look. It was just a low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. It was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Chen Zong read it over and over again. Indeed, there was nothing special about it. It was just a very ordinary low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. It was common stuff, and it was even a handwritten copy. The handwriting was too ugly. With a gentle shake, the book instantly shattered and turned into dust. It seems that the so-called cultivation method is still in that person's hands. Chen Zong thought to himself. His gaze was distant as he looked in the direction that the young man had left. His sharp eyes could still see the young man's figure in the distance. With a soft laugh, Chen Zong's body was as light as the wind as he flew in the direction that the young man had left in. The young man's cultivation was only in 8 turn of the training realm. Although his speed was not slow, there was a huge gap between him and Chen Zong. Not long after, the young man who thought that he had gotten rid of the pursuit suddenly felt a breeze blowing past him. In front of him, a somewhat familiar figure appeared and blocked his way. "Get out of the way!" The young man's reaction was very fast. Every martial artist in the 3 ferocious city had a lot of battle experience. Their reaction was very fast and they could react in the shortest time possible. This was something that many martial artists from different dynasties did not have. After all, the environment they lived in was different. In a place like 3 ferocious city, if one was not vigilant enough and did not react fast enough, one could easily be killed. However, in the face of absolute power, fast reaction was useless. In the face of the young man's fierce attack, Chen Zong only waved his sleeve casually. A powerful force flowed out like flowing water. Not only did it dissolve the young man's killing move in an instant, but it also made the young man's body tremble continuously. The young man's qi and blood dissipated. The young man's whole body softly fell down like a snake that had its bones pulled out. The young man's face was full of shock. He finally realized that he had offended someone he should not have offended. It was too late for regrets. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he realized that he could not open his mouth. After a while, the young man barely recovered some strength. He quickly got up and knelt on the ground. "Sir, I was blind to have offended you. Please let me go." The young man kept kowtowing. He did not have the so-called dignity of a martial artist. To him, it was fine as long as he could survive. This was also the way of survival for the insignificant people in 3 ferocious city. "Hand over the cultivation method," Chen Zong said directly. His voice was cold and contained an inexplicable power. The young man could not help but tremble. A trace of struggle flashed through his eyes. "Sir, I have already handed over the cultivation method." The young man still wanted to struggle. "Looks like you want to die." Chen Zong's voice was still calm. However, when the young man heard it, he felt as if the extreme north wind was blowing. He could not help but shiver. "Sir, the cultivation method is here." The young man finally gave in. He took out a scroll from his chest and gently placed it in front of him. Chen Zong glanced at it. His 5 fingers grabbed the air, and the scroll fell into his hand. He opened it and saw that it was only an earth-level cultivation method. Chen Zong did not care about earth-level cultivation methods at all. If there was something special about this cultivation method, it would be that the inner strength cultivated was cold. It was a kind of cold force. Inner strength cultivation methods such as heat and cold were relatively rare. They were more precious and powerful among the same level. But even so, Chunzong did not care about them. What's so special about this cultivation method? Chunzong asked. Since the young man valued it so much and even wanted to kill him, it should not be so simple. Sir, I don't know. I only heard that it seems to be related to a peerless earth-level cultivation method, the young man replied. Chunzong suddenly understood. If it was related to a peerless earth-level cultivation method, then it was indeed valuable. However, that was only relative to other warriors. To Chunzong, it was nothing. After shaking the scroll casually and turning it into powder again, Chunzong ignored the young man and continued to head north. Only when Chunzong's figure disappeared from sight did the young man stagger to his feet. Looking at the powdered scroll on the ground, his heart ached. In order to get this cultivation method, he had put in a lot of effort and even offended a force in Triple Ferocity City. It was not easy for him to get rid of the pursuit. He did not expect that because of one wrong step, all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, this person was not ruthless enough. Otherwise, not only would the cultivation method be destroyed, but also his life. Chapter 335. The dark red city walls were mottled by the passage of time. Standing in the wilderness, it was like a lonely giant. The Triple Ferocity City was huge, and was not inferior to the capital of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Going through it directly was the shortest way. Going around it would take several times longer. Of course, that was only under peaceful circumstances. If something happened, it was hard to say which method would be the shortest. My first goal is to break through to the great completion of the Qi refining realm. My second goal is to cross the sinking Feather River and enter the Longtu dynasty. Chunzong thought to himself. The environment in the Triple Ferocity City is completely different from the dynasty. If I stay here for a while, I might be able to find an opportunity to break through. As for danger, if one wanted to go further on the path of martial arts, how could one not encounter danger? If one stopped because of danger, one could only stay where one was in the end. 3. Ferocious City. Since I'm here, I might as well leave my mark here. Chunzong thought to himself as his eyes flickered. The gate of the Triple Ferocity City was always open. It would not close unless it was under special circumstances. Stop, where is your token? 2 ferocious-looking guards stood on either side of the open door. Their eyes were cold and sharp, as if they wanted to cut Chunzong's body open with a sharp blade. They shouted fiercely. What token? Chunzong asked. Oh, you don't have a token. Is this your first time in the Triple Ferocity City? The guard's fierce-looking face seemed to have softened. After receiving Chunzong's affirmation, the 2 guards' expressions softened a little. To enter the Triple Ferocity City, you must have the Triple Ferocity Order. Without it, you cannot enter. We can apply for the Triple Ferocity Order here. It only costs 100 spirit shells. 100 spirit shells. Chunzong chuckled. Although he did not know the value of the Triple Ferocity Order, 100 spirit shells was obviously treating him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. I can find the Triple Ferocity Order from anyone I kill now. Chunzong smiled. Give me a reasonable price and save me the trouble. Chunzong did not search the bodies of the 3 Qi refinement stage cultivators he had killed earlier. Perhaps it was because they were too weak and could not come up with such thoughts. All along, it had been Chunzong's habit to search for spoils of war from his opponents. However, it was only when the opponent's strength was similar to his or stronger than his. Now, Chunzong's strength difference was extremely obvious. They were like ants. Chunzong did not have any interest. For example, if you killed a ferocious beast, you might be interested in collecting its fur and bone. But if you killed an ant by stepping on it, would you be interested in collecting its corpse? Chunzong's eyes were clear and didn't contain any threat, but for some reason, The two guards couldn't help but tremble, as if they had been doused with ice water. An indescribable chill spread from the top of their heads to the bottom of their feet. It was as if this young-looking person in front of him was in control of his life and death. 10 spirit shells. I only need 10 spirit shells. 10 spirit shells, right? Chunzong smiled. He took out 10 spirit shells and handed them to the guards. The guards obediently took out a 3 ferocious order and handed it to Chunzong. Take care. The fierce-looking guards nodded and bowed. Even they did not know why they behaved like this. It was the invisible pressure of qi. Although the two guards' cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the training stage, they were only ordinary 1-star fighters. Chunzong, on the other hand, had truly reached the early 7-star level and had stepped into the pseudo-genuine martial stage. The huge gap formed an invisible pressure. Coupled with Chunzong's intentional spiritual influence, the effect was even more obvious. Holding the 3 ferocious order, Chunzong strode into 3 ferocious city. The streets of 3 ferocious city were wide but not clean. Although it was comparable to King's City in terms of scale, there was a huge gap in the environment. The left and right sides were messy. The ground was uneven and potholes could be seen from time to time. Some of the bluestone bricks were stained with dark red stains, which were dried blood stains. The pedestrians walked in a hurry. They looked around vigilantly. Some people's ears even trembled slightly. They raised their hearing to the extreme to guard against any possible attack. Outside 3 ferocious city, there were killings everywhere. It was the same inside the city. It was a chaotic place. Taking in the expressions of many people, Chunzong judged their mentality. He did not dare to underestimate them. He was here to gain experience. He did not want to die here for no reason. Striding forward, Chunzong planned to find a restaurant to fill his stomach. He had not eaten a good meal for more than half a month. Thinking about it made him drool. The black flag with red words fluttered in the wind. The words "Black Light Restaurant" also danced in the wind, making a sound. Chunzong strode into the restaurant. He glanced around and found that the hall was full of people. He walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. His luck was pretty good. There was still an empty table by the window. Chunzong walked over and sat down. The waiter of the restaurant quickly came over to greet him. Chunzong naturally asked him to list the restaurant's signature dishes and ordered a dozen or so servings and a jar of fine wine. Soon, more than 10 dishes were served one after another, along with a jar of wine that was about 1.5 kilograms. When Chunzong was about to eat, a voice sounded in his ears. "My friend, do you mind sharing a table?" Without waiting for Chunzong to answer, the voice directly sat down opposite Chunzong and called the waiter, "Give me the same as this friend." Chunzong glanced at the person. It was a young man in his 20s. He was a little thin, pale, and had sunken eyes. It seemed that he had exhausted his body. The other tables on the 2nd floor were all occupied by 2 or 3 people. Only Chunzong's table was empty. It was not strange that the person came to share a table. However, he was too familiar with Chunzong. He sat down directly without Chunzong's permission. However, Chunzong did not care about it. He was just here to eat a good meal. After filling his stomach, he would leave. There was no need to care about it. While waiting for the food and wine, the person's eyes fell on Chunzong's face. After careful observation, he asked with a smile, "My friend, is this your first time in Sanxiong City? What's the matter?" Chunzong did not say yes or no. Instead, he asked the person back, "Don't be so vigilant. The more friends you have in Sanxiong City, the more options you have. If you encounter any trouble, you won't be at a loss," the person said. It sounded reasonable, but Chunzong felt that the person had another purpose. Soon, the person's food and wine were served. They were exactly the same as Chunzong's. Holding a pair of chopsticks in each of his hands, he immediately waved them around like a whirlwind, as if he was a reincarnated hungry ghost, causing Chen Zong to be extremely surprised. The sound of chewing was loud and clear, as if a pig was eating. Just hearing it would make people feel irritated, but Chen Zong did not pay attention to it, as if he was not disturbed at all, and continued eating his own food. The sound was getting louder and louder. In addition to eating crazily, the person also poured the wine into his mouth. At the end, he even clicked his tongue, as if he was doing it deliberately. However, Chen Zong still did not look at him. He was still eating and tasting his food and wine, as if he was sitting in the beautiful mountains and rivers, leisurely and leisurely. Suddenly, the person put his hands under the table and was about to turn it over. However, he found that the table seemed to be integrated with the restaurant. It was rooted to the ground and did not move at all. An abnormal shade of red appeared on his pale face. He squinted his eyes and then widened them. He lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. All his strength came from his feet. As his internal strength surged, it all flowed into his arms. Under the sleeves of his robe, the veins on his arms bulged like pythons. He had tried his best, but he still could not move the wooden table. He saw that the person opposite him was holding chopsticks with one hand and putting the other hand gently on the table. His movements looked very natural. "Haha, my friend, you're really something." The person found that he could not move, so he directly withdrew his strength and said with a smile. However, he did not dare to stay any longer, as if he was afraid that Chen Zong would attack him. He quickly paid the bill and left. Although he did not know the person's intentions, Chen Zong guessed that the person saw that it was his first time in the Three Ferocious City. He was also young and thought that he was a fat sheep. Therefore, he used all kinds of methods to trick him. Or perhaps he had other motives. Sure enough, this is not a peaceful place, Chen Zong secretly said. This kind of thing was very rare in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chen Zong did not resist. This was an indispensable part of the experience. He continued to eat the food in front of him. However, the pale-faced person walked out of the black light restaurant and strode forward along the street. Not long after, he turned into a small alley. My cultivation is at the peak of the 9th transformation stage, and my battle strength is at the beginning of the 2-star stage. I suddenly attacked with my full strength, but the opponent was still able to react. Moreover, he only used one hand to press down on the table and make it not move. This kind of battle strength is at least at the 4-star stage. The pale-faced young man muttered to himself. His eyes flickered continuously, a 4-star stage martial artist at the chi refining stage. He doesn't look very old either, probably in his early 20s. He must be a genius of some faction, an important member. His purpose in coming to the Three Ferocious City must be to gain experience. If I can capture him alive and take everything from him, I can make a lot of money. If I can use this to threaten his faction to come and ransom him, I can make even more money. That's right, that's right. I have to inform the faction leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might be too late. As he spoke, his footsteps quickened and he directly used his movement technique to leave. A 4-star stage martial artist, whether in the Three Ferocious City or the Three Ferocious City, could be considered a true genius. This was because they could already be listed on the Chi Refining Stage martial artist list. This kind of genius would definitely have a lot of good things on him. Moreover, the faction that he belonged to valued him very much and would pay a sufficient price for this. Soon, the pale-faced young man returned to the black light restaurant. Following him were more than 10 people. Each of them had a ferocious appearance and a murderous aura, which made people's expressions change greatly. However, the restaurant's shopkeeper blocked everyone's path without any fear. The Black Light Restaurant is the property of the Black Light sect. You are not allowed to behave atrociously, the shopkeeper said firmly. Chapter 336. In Triple Ferocious City, the forces were intricate. If a restaurant or shop did not have a backer, it would definitely be swallowed up without leaving anything behind. Therefore, the shops and restaurants that could gain a foothold in the three ferocious city were either dependent on a certain force and paid a fixed monthly tribute, or they were directly opened by a certain force. For example, this black light restaurant was directly opened by the people under the black light sect. The Black Light sect was considered one of the larger forces in Triple Ferocious City and could not be easily offended. Otherwise, once a war broke out, it would affect Triple Ferocious City and cause countless casualties. Triple Ferocious City was chaotic, but in fact, it was under the control of some invisible rules. On the second floor of the Black Light restaurant, with the arrival of the pale young man and a dozen fiendish men, the warriors who were eating and drinking got up to make way for them. Because these people did not come with good intentions, they were afraid of being affected and suffering an unexpected disaster. "It's the Red Wolf Warriors." They even sent the Red Wolf Warriors. The surrounding people saw the clothes and the symbol on the chest of the fiendish men, and suddenly whispered. In the blink of an eye, the pale young man sat down in front of Chen Zong again. The fiendish men surrounded Chen Zong in a tight circle, blocking any possibility of Chen Zong leaving. "Friend, come with me. We, the Red Wolves, have always been hospitable." The pale young man first picked up a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth to chew, then said in a clear tone. It sounded like an invitation, but it also implied a threat. "Not interested." Chen Zong responded neither slowly nor quickly, which made the pale young man slightly stunned. It also made the surrounding warriors who avoided and watched the show stunned. These were the Red Wolves. Perhaps they were not as strong as the Black Light sect, but in Triple Ferocious City, they were well known among the second-class forces. People without a strong backer did not dare to go against them. Chen Zong did not know what the Red Wolves were, but these people's cultivation was at the 9th transformation of the strength refining realm. They were all murderous and obviously had a lot of blood on their hands. They were not good people. Speaking of killing people, Chen Zong only killed some when he was chased in the eastern land. When he came to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, he only killed some disciples of the Silver Saber Castle. That was all. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Perhaps the pale young man felt that he could rely on himself by bringing a dozen people here. He directly poured the wine in his cup onto the dishes in front of Chen Zong with a ferocious face. His own combat power was at the peak of 2-star, and the dozen people he brought were all elite warriors in the sect. Each of them had at least the combat power of a 2-star beginner. They were also good at teamwork. If they worked together, they might not be able to kill a 4-star combatant, but they could trap him for a while. Together with other methods, it was not a problem to capture a 4-star combatant. As the pale young man splashed the wine, the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors released an astonishing baleful aura. It was as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. A chilly wind blew, and the temperature in the restaurant plummeted, making people shiver unconsciously. However, this did not affect Chen Zong at all. What a waste of a table of dishes! Chen Zong sighed slightly. He immediately raised his head and lifted his eyelid. In the depths of his clear eyes, his pupils seemed to have turned into 2 sharp swords and shot out. The pale young man opposite him could not help but tremble. His originally pale face became even paler, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his pupils. Then, like a ripple, it spread out and spread to his entire pale face. "Attack!" Driven by the fear in his heart, the pale young man screamed, "Attack!" Suddenly, the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors attacked one after another. The Red Wolf sabers were unsheathed, illuminating the second floor of the restaurant. It was extremely dazzling. The astonishing baleful aura was like waves and vortexes, spreading in all directions and suffocating people. The light of the dozen or so wolf sabers slashed towards Chen Zong from all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were sealed, cutting off all of Chen Zong's escape routes. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable connection between the dozen or so wolf sabers, causing the power of each saber to increase by a lot. The terrifying baleful aura mixed with the impact, shaking one's spiritual will. In an instant, Chen Zong only felt that the restaurant was collapsing towards him and was about to crush him into pieces. The mysterious attack formed by the dozen or so saber lights could only kill any 2-star warrior. Even a 3-star warrior would also die. Even a 4-star warrior would have to use all of his strength to deal with it. This was the famous Red Wolf saber of the Red Wolf warriors. However, the Chen Zong they were facing was not a 4-star warrior, but a 7-star warrior that they had never heard of before. The difference between a 4-star warrior and a 7-star warrior was like the difference between a toddler and a healthy teenager. Why is it so difficult to have a good meal? A soft sigh, which was low but clear, penetrated the murderous aura and the saber lights, and floated into everyone's ears. It instantly shocked everyone, and it also made the pale young man, who was looking for an opportunity to attack, have an ominous feeling in his heart. Before he had time to think about where the ominous feeling came from, a red lightning flashed past his eyes. His eyes felt like they were cut open, and it was extremely painful. When he closed his eyes subconsciously, he felt like something was gently brushing his throat, as light as a feather. When the pale young man opened his eyes again, he only felt that his vision became blurry, as if it was turning from day to dusk. It was getting further and further away, and it quickly became dark, sinking into oblivion. What is that? He vaguely saw a red line on the throats of the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors, and a trace of doubt appeared in his drowsy consciousness. However, he didn't notice that there was also a thin red line on his throat. That red line was the mark made by a sword. Chen Zong's sword was too fast. No one saw clearly when he drew his sword, let alone how he attacked. Everyone only felt a red lightning flash before their eyes. After it disappeared, more than a dozen Red Wolf warriors stopped in midair with their swords raised. It was as if they had been immobilized by some kind of magic. They couldn't move. Immediately, the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors fell back in unison. With a loud bang, the whole restaurant seemed to shake. As for the pale young man, no one knew when he had fallen on the table, and he was no longer breathing. There was complete silence all around, and even breathing could not be heard. "Waiter, the bill." Chen Zong's voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear, and it made people tremble involuntarily. The waiter's face turned bitter, and the shopkeeper pushed him a few times. "Coming, coming." The waiter's voice was trembling. It couldn't be helped. The unknown always made people fearful. No one clearly saw how Chen Zong drew his sword. By the time they could see clearly, his sword didn't seem to have moved. However, they were certain that he must have drawn his sword. Otherwise, how could he have killed those Red Wolf gang members? In an instant it was so fast that they couldn't see. What kind of sword speed was this to kill more than a dozen Red Wolf warriors? Looking at their wounds, the length and thickness were exactly the same, and they were in the same position. What kind of precise control was this? Looking at this person who killed more than a dozen people in an instant, his expression didn't change at all, and he even called someone to pay the bill. It was scary no matter how one looked at it. The waiter was worried that he would be killed, but he still had to bite the bullet and come over. Guest. The total is 6 spirit shells. I'll give you a discount. 5 spirit shells will do. The waiter's voice was trembling. Blacklight Restaurant was the property of the Blacklight sect, but they were not strong. If they were killed, the Blacklight sect would invite such geniuses, and they would die in vain. After Chen Zong took out 5 spirit shells and handed them to the waiter, he turned around and left Blacklight Restaurant. Although the dishes on the table were splashed with wine, Chen Zong ate more than half of them and was basically full. After walking out of Blacklight Restaurant, the people inside breathed a sigh of relief. Although none of them were weak, compared to Chen Zong, the difference was obvious. Staying with such a terrifying person, they would not feel at ease. What if the other party was too crazy and attacked them with his sword, killing them? Becoming a warrior and embarking on the road of martial arts, killing was inevitable. Chernzong didn't have any burdens, but he felt that Triple Ferocious City was really chaotic. It was impossible to kill people on the street or stain the restaurant with blood in the dynasty. After walking for a short distance, Chernzong found that he was surrounded. Yes, there were people surrounding him again. These people were all wearing short brown robes, which made Chernzong feel a little familiar, as if he had seen them before. "Sir, he is the one who took the cultivation method." When the voice sounded, Chernzong also saw the person who spoke. It was the young man who was chased in the wilderness before. Chernzong didn't kill him, but he didn't expect that not only was the young man not grateful for sparing his life, but he also repaid kindness with ingratitude. This made Chernzong know more about Triple Ferocious City. However, Chernzong didn't feel regret. What was done was done. It didn't matter if he regretted it, as long as he remembered that this kind of thing wouldn't happen again. "Young man, you killed 3 of my people. How are you going to settle this account?" The middle-aged man in his 30s said in a deep and oppressive tone. His eyes flashed fiercely and fell on Chernzong's face with an amazing pressure, as if he wanted to see through Chernzong. Chernzong could feel that the aura emitted from this man was very strong, but he still hadn't reached the level of the real martial arts realm. He should be a cultivator at the strength refining realm. After all, the real martial arts realm and the strength refining realm were 2 different levels. Generally speaking, a true martial realm cultivator wouldn't deal with a strength refining realm cultivator, even if the other party was a genius. This was an invisible rule. Triple Ferocious City was independent of the 3 great dynasties, but it didn't mean that it could compete with them. It had to be known that the 3 great dynasties had transcendence, and more than one at that. Triple Ferocious City didn't have any transcendence, at most they had pseudo-transcendent. In terms of numbers, they couldn't be compared to the 3 great dynasties. If it wasn't for the fact that the land here was barren and didn't have much value, it would have already been divided up by the 3 great dynasties. Moreover, the 3 great dynasties also treated Triple Ferocious City as a place to gain experience. However, they had also informed Triple Ferocious City that strength refining realm cultivators would be dealt with by strength refining realm cultivators. If the 3 great dynasties found out that true martial realm cultivators were used, the consequences would be very serious. The cultivators of Triple Ferocious City were fierce, but they weren't stupid. Therefore, the people who surrounded Chernzong on the street were all martial artists in the Qi refining realm. There were more than 20 of them compared to the martial artists from the Red Wolf gang. All of them had a murderous look on their faces. Chapter 337. On the long street, more than 20 murderous people formed a circle and surrounded Chernzong. The pedestrians around them all moved away, otherwise, if they started fighting, it was inevitable that they would be affected. In Ferocious City, there were countless cases of accidental injuries and death. "Those are the Grizzly Gang." "Yes, they are the Grizzly Gang. They are the top second-rate force. That young man is in trouble." "Haha, that's not necessarily the case. Who knows, it might be the Grizzly Bear Gang that's in trouble." The person who spoke had an inexplicable smile on his face, because he had just witnessed a hair-raising battle in the Blacklight restaurant. There were indeed many people in the Grizzly Gang, more than 10 more than the Red Wolves, but most of them were relatively ordinary gang members and could not be compared with the Red Wolves. So, how could they fight against the other side? Chernzong ignored the words of the Grizzly Gang man. His eyes fell on the young man's face, very calm. The young man was startled at first and shrank back, then he straightened his body and looked provocative, like a kitten waving its paw at a tiger. "Young man, I'm talking to you." The big man's face darkened, and his eyes became more and more fierce. I don't like to kill, but sometimes I have to kill, Chenzong said softly. His voice was very low, as if only he could hear it. But the people around him could also hear it, and they all looked strange. Go, break his hands and feet and take him back. The big man waved his hand and said. Immediately, the grisly gang members rushed from all directions, and the wind whistled and rolled. Chen Zong could keenly feel that his hands and feet were locked, and he was being attacked fiercely and mercilessly. However, when more than a dozen attacks fell, they bombarded the ground and completely missed, and Chen Zong seemed to have never moved. Then, there seemed to be a red lightning flashing in front of everyone's eyes. It's here again. The person who was in the black light restaurant just now opened his eyes as wide as possible to concentrate his vision. His heart also suddenly jumped, but he still couldn't see anything else. There was only a flash of red lightning that was very dazzling, causing his vision to become a vast expanse of white, and his eyes to ache endlessly. The red bolt of lightning came abruptly and left just as quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 20 or so members of the grizzly bear gang surrounding Chen Zong stood motionless on the ground, as if they had all turned into statues. What are you doing? Hurry up! The big man of the grizzly gang roared. They're dead. It's your turn. A faint voice came into his ears, and the big man's face suddenly changed. He found that more than 20 gang members' throats were bleeding, and their eyes had lost their vitality. You actually killed them. The big man's heart trembled, and his face turned pale as he stumbled backwards. He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Zong. You're finished. You've killed so many of our grizzly bear gang members. Your end has come. Don't worry about it. The faint voice sounded, and the big man only saw a flash of red lightning in front of his eyes. Then, the world in front of him became dim and blurred, and he gradually fell into oblivion. Don't kill me. The young man was stunned at first, and then he was terrified. He waved his hands and retreated, and then turned around to escape into the crowd. Chen Zong did not chase him, but everyone saw the red lightning flash. It crossed more than 10 meters in an instant and penetrated the back of the young man's head. It was a sword chi. Even though it was more than 10 meters away, the sword chi still had tyrannical power. It shot into the back of the young man's head, but it did not pierce through it. Instead, it exploded in his head and minced his brain, not affecting anyone else. I gave you a chance, but you brought about your own destruction. Chen Zong glanced at the young man's body and thought to himself, these corpses would naturally be disposed of by someone else. Chen Zong did not need to care. However, first he killed the red wolves, and now he killed the grizzly gang. He had offended 2 forces in 3 ferocious cities. But before he came, his honored master Marquis Lin Shan had told him that although 3 ferocious cities was chaotic, it was not a mess. There were hidden rules. The original founders of 3 ferocious cities, the 3 ferocious transcendents, had an agreement with the 3 great dynasties. The people of 3 ferocious cities could deal with the cultivators from the 3 great dynasties at will, but they were forbidden from fighting with cultivators above their great realms. For example, true martial realm cultivators were forbidden from fighting with cultivators in the strength refining realm. One had to know that there were 3 strongholds in 3 ferocious cities. These 3 strongholds came from the 3 great dynasties and were guarded by true martial realm cultivators from the 3 great dynasties. Their purpose was to monitor the situation. If any force dared to violate the rules set by the 3 great dynasties and 3 ferocious cities, the entire force would be wiped out by the masters from the 3 great dynasties. In the worst-case scenario, the entire 3 ferocious cities would be implicated. The reason why 3 ferocious cities could exist was because the 3 great dynasties allowed it to exist. First, it was the original agreement. Second, it was a place for cultivators to gain experience and accommodate vicious cultivators. Otherwise, if these vicious cultivators were to wander into the various dynasties, they would cause a lot of trouble. Even if the dynasties had the ability to deal with them, it would take some time and some losses. Therefore, a balance had always been maintained between the three great dynasties and Three Ferocious City. In particular, Three Ferocious City was unwilling to take the initiative to break this balance because there were no transcendents in Three Ferocious City, so it didn't have much deterrence to the three great dynasties. Even so, Chernzong didn't become complacent. Under the sun, there was always a shadow. In this chaotic Three Ferocious City, there should be some way to deal with it. I need to go to the Cloud Dragon Mansion first, Chernzong thought to himself. The Cloud Dragon Mansion was the stronghold guarded by the true martial realm cultivators of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Basically, every cultivator from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty who came to Three Ferocious City for life experience would go to the Cloud Dragon Mansion. This way, the cultivators of the Cloud Dragon Mansion would pay attention and do their best. The Cloud Dragon Mansion was located in the northeast corner of Three Ferocious City and was located on a long street. It was very eye-catching as it was a three-story pavilion. A red dragon-shaped flag with golden characters fluttered in the wind. It was vivid and lifelike, like a flying dragon in the sky. The three words, Cloud Dragon Mansion, were written on it. It was very conspicuous and Chernzong could see it from a distance. The door of the Cloud Dragon Mansion was open, but no one came in or out. After all, the people of Three Ferocious City wouldn't come here for no reason. It was like the difference between soldiers and bandit. How could bandits come to the soldier's mansion for no reason? Chernzong raised his head to look at the three words Cloud Dragon Restaurant. He smiled slightly and walked towards the open door. Inside, a middle-aged man was half reclining on a chair with his eyes closed. He seemed to be resting. The moment Chernzong stepped into the Cloud Dragon Mansion, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. The originally dim light was instantly illuminated. It was as if a blazing sun had suddenly risen, shining with boundless radiance. Chernzong felt as if he was exposed to the sun. The light shone from all directions, as if it wanted to penetrate his body. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. All his bones and muscles tensed up subconsciously. The tyrannical chaotic origin shattering energy surged. He opened his 10 fingers and the two swords vibrated slightly. This sudden pressure made Chernzong feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He trembled with fear. It came quickly and left quickly, as if it was an illusion. "Are you a cultivator from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty?" The middle-aged man's eyes dimmed and his tyrannical aura dissipated. The terrible pressure completely disappeared. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Greetings, emissary. My name is Chernzong, a warrior of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty," Chernzong said quickly and concisely. "Chernzong. Great State Scholar Chernzong." The middle-aged man instantly stood up and asked in a hurried tone. "That's me," Chernzong said. "Cloud Dragon Envoy Xia Taichao greets Great State Scholar." The middle-aged man saluted Chernzong. Even though he was a warrior at the peak of LV9 true martial realm, he had another identity. He was a member of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty and a member of the royal family. When he saw a great state scholar, he naturally had to treat him with respect. "No need for formalities, emissary," Chernzong said as he returned the salute. "Great state scholar, please sit down." Xia Taichao asked Chernzong to sit down. "Emissary, don't call me Great State Scholar. Just call me by my name," Chernzong said with a smile. "All right, I'll call you little friend." Xia Taichao looked at Chernzong a few times and said with a smile, "Then, little friend, don't call me emissary. Just call me by my name." "Big brother Xia," Chernzong said. Naturally, he wouldn't really call him by his name. No matter what, he was in the strength-refining realm and Xia Taichao was in the true martial realm. There was a big gap between them. In the world of warriors, martial arts were respected and strength was the strongest. Only the strong could run amok. "Ha ha ha ha." Xia Taichao laughed. He was very happy. Chernzong was a great state scholar. He was also the only Heaven's Pride in the Cloud Dragon dynasty who had reached the peak of 6-star. He had endless potential. Many people wanted to make friends with him, but not everyone had the chance. Now, he could be called Big Brother by Chenzong. This was something that many people dreamed of. Big Brother Xia, I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to report. Second, I've caused some trouble. Chenzong said. Little brother, what trouble have you encountered? Just tell me. Xia Taichao directly upgraded from little friend to brother. His face was serious and his tone was serious. I killed some people from the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang. Chenzong said. The Red Wolf Gang and the Grizzly Bear Gang. Humph, so what if we killed them? So what? Brother, as long as you nod your head, I will lead my men to destroy these 2 gangs. Xia Taichao was incomparably overbearing. In the Triple Ferocity City, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang were not weak. They were second-rate forces. Among them, there were nearly 1,000 strength refining realm warriors and dozens of true martial realm warriors. However, there was no one who had reached the peak of LV9 true martial realm. Only a small number of first-rate forces had a LV9 true martial realm warrior. Therefore, second-rate forces like the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang could be destroyed by Xia Taichao alone, not to mention a group of true martial realm warriors. It should be known that in the Cloud Dragon Mansion, there were other true martial realm warriors besides Xia Taichao. Their deterrence was comparable to the first-rate forces in the Triple Ferocity City. Chapter 338. When Chenzong entered the Yunlong restaurant, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang knew that their gang members had been killed and immediately took action. As a second-rate force, they had their own way of gathering information. They immediately locked onto the location of the target and quickly rushed to the Yunlong restaurant with a group of people. Tai Xiong, what are you doing here? Tai Lang, one of the vice leaders of the Red Wolves, was vigilant. His eyes narrowed and flashed with a fierce light. We're here to do whatever you're here to do. Tai Xiong was one of the vice leaders of the Grizzly Gang. He was as strong as a big brown bear. When he opened his mouth, his voice was like rolling thunder, buzzing like a bear's roar. The Red Wolves had been killed by Chenzong first, then the Grizzly Gang. Therefore, the Red Wolves didn't know that the Grizzly Gang had also been killed by Chenzong. In other words, when Tai Lang and his gang came out, they didn't know. On the other hand, the Grizzly Gang knew what had happened in the Blacklight restaurant. The 2 gangs were led by their vice leaders and gathered at the entrance of the Yunlong restaurant. Then, Tai Lang and Grizzly Bear stepped forward and walked into the Yunlong restaurant. Chenzong and Xia Taichao, who were in the middle of talking, looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them also looked at Chenzong's face. Tai Lang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, while Tai Xiong's eyes flashed with cruelty. It was this person who had killed dozens of their gang members. If they didn't demand an explanation, the reputation of the 2 gangs would be damaged in the future. What are you 2 doing here? Xia Taichao didn't get up and just asked indifferently. Of course, he knew why these people had come. Asking was just a way to pressure them. Xia Taichao was a martial artist at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. His battle prowess had surpassed the 3-star level and reached an even higher level. Among all the true martial realm martial artists in the entire 3 ferocious city, he could be ranked in the top 10. His words carried a faintly discernible aura fluctuation, which immediately brought an extremely strong threat to Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. Although the cultivation of these 2 were not weak, they were only in the 7th level of the true martial realm. The gap between them and the 9th level of the true martial realm was very obvious. Not to mention, Xia Taichao was not an ordinary 9th level of the true martial realm. His combat strength was above the 3-star peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Emissary Xia, this person has killed over 10 of our gang members. Because of this, we have come to demand an explanation. Emissary Xia, please do not violate the rules. Tai Lang's pupils shrank. There was fear in the depths of his eyes, but he still spoke unyieldingly. Emissary Xia, more than 20 of our grisly gang members were also killed by this person. This explanation must be given. Tai Xiong's strong body straightened as he spoke in a rough voice. Explanation. Xia Taichao chuckled softly, but his eyes were filled with coldness. It was like a cold whirlpool that could freeze one's soul. Who gave you the courage to come here and demand an explanation? Is it Giant Bear or Red Wolf? This sentence made Tai Lang and Tai Xiong's complexion change greatly, but they did not dare to refute. Giant Bear and Red Wolf were the leaders of the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. They were also known as the strongest martial artists in the gang. Their cultivation was at LV8 of the true martial realm. They were very powerful, but compared to Xia Taichao, they were still inferior. Emissary Xia, this is the agreement between the Cloud Dragon Dynasty and the Three Ferocious City. This is the rule. Are you trying to break the rule? Tai Lang said sternly. He had no choice but to use the rule to suppress Xia Taichao. Of course I know that this is the rule. However, you are martial artists of the true martial realm, yet you personally came here to deal with a martial artist of the Qi refining realm. Are you not putting me and the Cloud Dragon Dynasty in your eyes? Xia Taichao asked again. His harsh tone was like a blade cutting down, making it difficult for Tai Lang and Tai Xiong to resist. Whether it was Tai Lang or Tai Xiong, their goal was very clear. They came here to capture Chenzong. Break the rule? That's right, the rule was that martial artists of the Three Ferocious City could not deal with martial artists of the Qi refining realm of the Three Dynasties. On the surface, no one dared to break the rule, but secretly, that was not necessarily the case. Like now, if Xia Taichao was not here, they would directly capture Chenzong and bring him back to the gang. As long as they did not kill him, there would not be much of a problem. Obviously, it was impossible now. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong did not know how to respond to Xia Taichao's words. I will not break the rules of the agreement between the dynasty and the Three Ferocious City. However, you must remember that if you dare to break the rules, as long as there is even the slightest trace of it, I will personally take action and uproot your two gangs. Xia Taichao's words were filled with shocking killing intent, causing Tai Lang and Tai Xiong to involuntarily tremble. A chill rose from the depths of their bodies and spread out. Chenzong came here to gain experience. Naturally, Xia Taichao would not disrupt his training. However, he still had to make things clear. He also had to do what he needed to do to deter people. Otherwise, some people would secretly get lucky and regret it when the time came. Chenzong is a martial artist of the Qi refining realm. If you want to deal with him, that's fine. Let a martial artist of the Qi refining realm do it. Xia Taichao said again. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was going to cut Tai Lang and Tai Xiong apart. As for you and those martial artists of the true martial realm outside, if any of you dare to extend your claws, then be prepared to die. Yes, yes. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong could not be stubborn anymore. They could only nod repeatedly. Soon, Tai Lang and Tai Xiong turned around and walked out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. However, their faces were gloomy and very ugly. Nevertheless, they did not dare to do anything. They were helpless. Xia Taichao's strength was not something they could compete with. Just as he said, if they angered him, he could single-handedly destroy the two gangs. Unless they could invite the top 10 martial artists of the true martial realm in the Three Ferocious City. However, the price would be too high. At present, it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Chenzong was only a martial artist of the Qi refining realm. Although he was very strong, it was not impossible to kill him. If they knew Chenzong's true strength, they would probably only be left with despair. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong quickly left with their subordinate. They had to quickly arrange for the martial artists of the Qi refining realm in the gang to surround and kill Chen Zong. The arrival and departure of Tai Lang and Tai Xiong did not bring much pressure to Chen Zong. The Three Ferocious City is not as well informed as the dynasty. Xia Taichao smiled and said, "So even now, they still don't know who you are, and they also don't know that your strength has reached the peak of the 6-star realm. Otherwise, they would probably give up on the idea of killing you, or let the martial artists of the true martial realm secretly kill you. They will know." Chen Zong smiled slightly. After chatting with Xia Taichao for a while and learning more about the Three Ferocious City, Chen Zong stood up and said goodbye. "Brother, be careful. Also, don't worry about the martial artists of the true martial realm," Xia Taichao solemnly said as he walked Chen Zong out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. "Don't worry, big brother Xia." Chen Zong smiled and strode out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Xia Taichao withdrew his gaze and walked into the Cloud Dragon Mansion. As soon as he stepped out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion, Chen Zong felt many gazes fall on him. They should be from the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang. Without a trace of fear, Chen Zong walked out of the city with large strides. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. If he wanted to kill, he would kill until the two gangs were afraid. As for the martial artists of the true martial realm, Xia Taichao wouldn't agree. Of course, it wasn't Chen Zong's style to pin all his hopes on others. However, he hadn't used the Sword Qi and the Red Thunder Sword yet. Since he wanted to solve this problem, Chen Zong wouldn't delay. He walked quickly out of the Three Ferocious City. "Quick, quick, quick! Catch him! Don't let him get away!" The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang all thought that Chen Zong was going to escape. They quickly moved and chased after him. "That's the Red Wolves. Those are the Grizzly Gang. I recognize him. He's the captain of the Red Wolves. He's at the peak of the 3-star realm. He rarely appears in public. That's Man Xiong from the Grizzly Gang. He's also at the peak of the 3-star realm." So many people are moving. Are the two gangs going to fight? Impossible. Look at them. They're chasing after the person in front. The person who spoke pointed at Chen Zong's back, who was quickly leaving. "Who's that? How dare he offend two gangs? He's courting death. He's the one who killed more than a dozen Red Wolves and more than 20 Grizzly Gang members not long ago. I heard that he's a martial artist who just came from the Cloud Dragon dynasty." The ignorant are fearless. In the midst of the discussion, the crowd moved toward the city gate. Watching a show was a natural instinct no matter where one was. Soon, Chen Zong rushed out of the city gate. Soon after, the Red Wolves and Grizzly Gang also rushed out of the city gate. The elite martial artists of the Red Wolves were the Red Wolf Warriors. Every one of them was at the 9th stage of the Force Training Realm and had rich combat experience. Ordinary 9th stage of the Force Training Realm were no match for them. They were also good at joint attacks and were famous in the Three Ferocious City. The Grizzly Gang also had its own elite martial artists, the Grizzly Bear Guard. Like the Red Wolf Warriors, every one of the Grizzly Bear Guards was at the 9th stage of the Force Training Realm. Their combat power was very strong, and they had rich combat experience. Their hands were stained with blood. It could be said that both the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Warriors were selected through strict tests. There weren't many of them, and they rarely moved. Once they moved, it meant that something big was going to happen. After rushing out of the city gate, Chen Zong didn't leave. Instead, he stopped and seemed to be waiting for the Red Wolves and Grizzly Gang to arrive. "Let's kill and make a name for ourselves as a great state warrior," Xia Taichao said in the crowd. "Boss Xia, is that our dynasty's great state warrior?" Someone standing next to Xia Taichao asked. He was one of the true martial realm martial artists sent to guard the Cloud Dragon Mansion. He was at the 7th stage of the true martial realm and was one of the Cloud Dragon Guards. "That's right." Xia Taichao nodded. Facing the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Guards alone, His expression didn't change at all. He is indeed extraordinary. Another cloud dragon guard nodded and said, "The peak of the 6-star battle power is simply undefeatable for the Red Wolf warriors and the Grizzly Bear guards." "There is nothing to be afraid of," the third cloud dragon guard said. "Not necessarily. It's true that his battle power is strong, but after all, he cultivated in the dynasty and only came out to train now. His life and death experience can't be compared to the martial artists of the Three Ferocious City." Chapter 339. The air was cold, desolate, and filled with fear. Killing intent emanated from every Red Wolf warrior and every Grizzly Bear guard, spreading out and filling every inch of space around them. They clashed with each other, causing sand and dust to billow. Roar! A powerful and violent roar sounded like the roar of a giant bear. The aura of the 33 Grizzly Bear guards rose and fused with each other, forming a giant grizzly bear phantom. It opened its mouth and roared, as if it was blowing a storm that wanted to destroy everything. Awoo! The aura of the 30-odd Red Wolf warriors fused together, and a giant wolf phantom appeared above them. It howled at the sky with an astonishing momentum. In an instant, under the roar of the giant bear and the giant wolf phantom, everyone felt as if they had been brought to the boundless wilderness and were about to be attacked by hundreds of beasts. Whether it was the giant bear phantom or the giant wolf phantom, they all exuded an astonishing aura. It was extremely violent, and they all fell on Chunzong. His expression didn't change. The eyes of the Red Wolves' vice leader, Tai Lang, flickered with a ruthless light. He was secretly surprised. This kind of combined aura was indeed something that a 4-star martial artist could withstand, but it wouldn't be so easy. Seeing that the other party's expression didn't change at all, as if he was just a breeze, it was somewhat unbelievable. Is that the new state knight of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty? The Silver Light envoy of the Silver Light Dynasty whispered, "Rumor has it that his battle strength has reached the peak of 6-star. Rumor is just rumor. Maybe the Cloud Dragon Dynasty spread the news to make themselves look good." The 9-Eagle messenger of the 9-Eagle Dynasty curled his lips and said, "It's hard to say whether it's true or not, but this time, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang will probably suffer heavy losses." The Silver Light envoy laughed. Even if Chunzong didn't have the battle strength of a peak 6-star, he was at least at the peak of 6-star. This kind of battle strength was completely beyond the range of these Red Wolf warriors and the Grizzly Bear Guard. He has a bow and arrows on his back. That should be the famous fierce dragon bow of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. It proves that he should have good attainments in archery. The right thing to do should be to distance himself from the Red Wolf warriors and the Grizzly Bear guards and use his bow to kill some of them. The 9-Eagle messenger said. As the two discussed, the killing aura became more intense, and the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the Red Wolf warrior made the first move. More than 30 Red Wolf warriors reached behind their waists, and a small crossbow appeared in their hands. They instantly aimed at Chunzong and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 30 sharp sounds of wind breaking could make one's scalp go numb and their hair stand on end. More than 30 black lights formed a half-moon shape and tore through the air at an astonishing speed. At the end of the black lights, there seemed to be a faint green color, which was highly toxic. Every arrow was smeared with some kind of poison. This kind of poison could easily poison a 2-star warrior. Even a 3-star warrior couldn't resist it. Even a 4-star warrior would quickly lose his strength after being hit. His blood would coagulate, and his body would become stiff, losing the ability to resist. This was also the reason why the Red Wolves were confident that they could defeat Chunzong. Usually, a sudden volley of arrows from the Red Wolf crossbows was enough to defeat the opponent. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponent, they could still cause a lot of trouble for the opponent. Crossbow arrows were different from bows and arrows. They were usually more powerful. Also, this kind of small crossbow arrow had a shorter shooting range, but its explosive power was shocking. At such a distance, even a 2-star warrior couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be killed if he wasn't fully prepared. Even if he could dodge one arrow, he wouldn't be able to dodge more than 30 arrows. Tai Lang sneered, but Xia Taichao wasn't worried at all. What a joke! If a 6-star warrior could be hit by such arrows, he would be too weak. In the blink of an eye, the moment the trigger was pulled, the arrow had already reached Chen Zong. It was less than 1 meter away. A shocking scene appeared. Chen Zong's body was as light as the wind and as misty as the mist. As he floated, he shuttled through the 30 strong arrows with ease, causing all 30 arrows to miss their target. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he floated toward the 30 Red Wolf warriors at a seemingly slow speed, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. Be careful! Tai Lang's eyelids twitched unconsciously. He couldn't help but have an ominous feeling in his heart. However, although his warning was timely, Chen Zong's speed was too fast. Although the Red Wolf warriors were all elites, the most powerful one was only at the peak of the 3-star level. Most of them were at the 2-star level. Compared to the 7-star Chen Zong, the gap between them was like an abyss. The feeling was like a flock of sheep besieging a ferocious tiger that had turned into a monster beast. Kill! The captain of the Red Wolf warriors, who possessed the peak of the 3-star level, shouted. He unsheathed his wolf blade and fiercely slashed out with a long howl. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 blades came at Chen Zong from different angles and directions. However, Chen Zong's figure was erratic and unpredictable, which made their siege ineffective. A flash of red lightning flashed across the sky, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. In the eyes of many people, it was like an illusion, flashing and disappearing in a flash. However, in the eyes of the true martial realm warriors, it was a sword light that was so fast that it was hard to describe. Fast. It was really too fast. That's not the speed of a 4-star level. Tai Lang and the others' faces changed dramatically, but they couldn't stop it. That kind of speed was definitely beyond that of a 4-star level warrior. It was at the 5-star level or even higher. Horrifying. Creepy. The red lightning flashed and disappeared, but Chen Zong's figure returned to his original position, as if he had never moved. The 30 Red Wolf warriors stood in their original positions, motionless, as if they had turned into statues. Immediately, a line of blood appeared on the throats of the 30 Red Wolf warriors. The length and thickness of the line were the same, which made the pupils of the true martial realm warriors shrink rapidly. They were extremely shocked. Under such a fast sword speed, he can still maintain such precision. Terrifying control. The realm of body and sword as one. As expected of the great scholar of the dynasty. Who knows how many people he has surpassed. Tai Lang's hair stood on end and his eyes turned red. He knew that he was done for. There were only more than 100 Red Wolf warriors in the entire Red Wolf gang. First, a dozen of them died in the Blacklight restaurant and now, another 30 died. The losses were heavy, which directly caused the overall strength of the Red Wolves to drop by a lot. Just like that, it should be known that in any gang, elite warriors were very precious. They were the main force of a force, and also one of the foundations to deter other forces. As for the ordinary members, no matter how many there were, they were still ordinary members and couldn't be compared to elite warriors. It could be said that nearly half of the Red Wolves' warriors died in an instant. The deputy leader of the Grizzly Gang, Tai Xiong, was stunned at first, then his hair stood on end. He quickly ordered, "All Grizzly Bear Guards, retreat." The Red Wolf crossbows of the 30 Red Wolf warriors couldn't do anything to the other party. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, they were all killed by the other party's sword. The Grizzly Bear Guards weren't weak, but they were only on par with the Red Wolf warriors. They were no match for the other party at all. It was even very likely that they would be killed by the other party's sword. This was definitely not a 4-star battle strength. It was at least a 5-star battle strength. However, the moment the grizzly bear guards retreated, Chen Zong moved again. Like a gust of wind, the red lightning flashed again, and it also flashed past Tai Xiong's heart, ruthlessly cutting it. The pain was indescribable. The 30 grizzly bear guards also turned into statues like the Red Wolf warriors, and a line of blood appeared on their throat. Tai Leng's eyes widened and they were bloodshot. Killing intent mixed with anger erupted like a volcano. You deserve to die. Like an angry roar of a giant bear, the true power of the violent bear filled his body like a torrent, causing his body to expand in an instant. It was as if he had turned into a giant brown bear. His entire body emitted an extremely violent aura, like a landslide or a torrent. After retracting his palm to his waist, he pushed it out in an instant. It was extremely fierce. The wind whistled, as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, destroying everything. Between the layers of chi waves, a brown bear condensed from true power rushed out. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it instantly rushed towards Chen Zong. The indescribable pressure made Chen Zong's entire body tense up, as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. His bones kept making sounds, as if they were about to break into pieces. The wind whistled, and it was extremely violent. Chen Zong couldn't breathe, and he couldn't open his eyes. It was as if all his strength had lost its effect under this tyrannical aura, and he couldn't resist at all. The fighting strength of an early 7-star warrior made Chen Zong a rare pseudo-true martial realm warrior. However, the gap between the pseudo-true martial realm and the true martial realm was still very obvious, especially when Tai Xiong was a true martial realm LV7 warrior. The gap between his strength and a true martial realm LV1 warrior was like a chasm between heaven and earth. This was an absolute gap, like the gap between a little lamb and a demon beast. Even if Tai Xiong stood still and only used true power to protect his body, no matter how Chen Zong slashed with his sword, he couldn't be harmed at all. The moment Tai Xiong made his move, Tai Leng also made his move. True power surged, and a claw fiercely clawed out. In an instant, it passed through hundreds of meters and turned into a wolf claw. It fell from the sky and tore the air apart, leaving deep scratches. It was going to tear Chen Zong apart. In just a moment, Chen Zong was facing the attacks of 2 true martial realm LV7 warriors at the same time. Any one of the attacks was enough to kill him. The gap was so big that Chen Zong didn't have time to activate the sword chi contained in the Red Thunder Sword. This also made Chen Zong more aware of how big the gap was between him and a true martial realm warrior. It was like an insurmountable abyss. In the past, although he had seen true martial realm warriors fight, they weren't directed at him, so he didn't have such a deep impression. Death was approaching, but Chen Zong did not panic. Instead, he calmed down, and a mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if everything around him had become clearer and slower. The dust particles in the air could be seen clearly, and the giant bear and the wolf claws that were descending from the sky also seemed to have slowed down a little. It was a very strange feeling. It was a feeling under the pressure of life and death. If it continued, some unknown transformation would occur. However, if it continued, Chen Zong would also be killed and turned into powder. Chapter 340. The momentum was shocking and the killing intent was overwhelming. A flash of light tore through the darkness. It was extremely fast and dazzling. The moment it appeared, even Envoy Silverlight and Envoy 9 Eagles had to squint their eyes and use their true power to protect their eyes. Not to mention the other weaker true martial realm martial artists, they were unable to look directly at it. It was a blade light. When Tai Xiong and Tai Lang were about to kill Chen Zong, Xia Taichao also made his move. He unsheathed his blade, and it was as fast as lightning. The white blade light was extremely dazzling, and it attracted Chen Zong's attention. It was as if his whole body was about to be sucked into it. In a flash, the charging giant bear was cut in half. The wolf's claws were also cut in half and dissipated like smoke. The white blade light was like an eagle in the sky. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and split into two, attacking Tai Xiong and Tai Lang respectively. The Nine Eagles Envoy and the Silver Light Envoy were the envoys of the Nine Eagles dynasty and the Silver Light dynasty. Naturally, they would not stand on the side of the Three Ferocious City. Therefore, they did not stop Xia Taichao. Speaking of which, it was not that the Three Ferocious City did not want to bribe the envoys of the three dynasties. However, it was not very effective because the envoys and guards were replaced every 3 years. It was impossible to bribe them without spending a lot of money. However, that money could only last for 3 years. Once the envoys were replaced, they would have to bribe them again. It was not worth it. Since there was no direct interest, the Nine Eagles Envoy and the Silver Light Envoy naturally would not help the Three Ferocious City. The blood vessels in Tai Xiong and Tai Lang's eyes disappeared. They were filled with fear. They could not dodge or block Xia Tiachao's blade light. They could only watch helplessly as the blade light drew a mysterious and sharp trajectory. Death was about to befall them. Just as the saber light was about to hit them, 2 huge fists appeared out of thin air like boulders and blasted out. They instantly flew past Tai Lang and Tai Xiong and blasted towards the 2 white saber lights. The saber aura was shattered, and the 2 fists were also shattered at the same time. The terrifying force from the collision surged in all directions, setting off 2 violent storms that blew out. The ground was scraped up by 3 inches, and the sand and pebbles were like 2 tornadoes. When they collided with each other, they unstoppably fused into an even larger tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Like the fury of nature, this tornado was extremely powerful. The sand and stones in the surroundings were all sucked into it and turned into powder. Chen Zong felt an unparalleled suction force pulling his body towards the tornado. No matter how much power he unleashed, he could not stop it at all. At the critical moment, a silhouette appeared beside Chen Zong. Then, Chen Zong flew up like the wind, breaking free from the power of the tornado. He flew far away and landed beside Xia Taichao. Everything had happened too quickly. In an instant, Chen Zong had faced the danger of death twice in a row. "Brother, are you okay?" Xia Taichao asked with concern. "Thank you, Brother Xia. I'm fine." Chen Zong exhaled. His wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. The boiling pure yang qi and blood in his body also calmed down. It was too tense and too exciting. That kind of feeling made one's hair stand on end, but it also had an indescribable excitement. Emissary Xia, the 2 of them lost their minds because of the death of the sex elite. Please forgive them this time for my sake. A domineering voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. Of course, the death penalty can be waived, but there must be a corresponding punishment. As long as it's reasonable, you can state it. Xia Tiachao's gaze fell on the face of the person who spoke. It was a middle-aged man in silver-gray armor. He was tall and his hands were wide and thick. He looked like a god of war. Chen Zong keenly caught a hint of fear in Xia Tiachao's eyes. Obviously, this person was very strong. He was so strong that Xia Taichao wasn't sure he could defeat him. "Brother, what do you think?" Xia Taichao didn't answer. Instead, he asked Chen Zong. "It's up to you, Brother Xia." Chen Zong also expressed his attitude. Maybe Xia Taichao wouldn't give up if he persisted. He would definitely kill Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. However, it would undoubtedly be unwise to confront this man in silver-gray armor. Xia Taichao had already done him a great favor by protecting him. He couldn't be unrighteous and put Xia Taichao in danger. Moreover, he was in danger because Tai Xiong and Tai Lang, 2 genuine martial realm martial artists, had disregarded the rules and attacked him. He had to settle the score. In a flash, Chunzong put these two on his kill list. Maybe he wasn't a match for them now, but he could in the future. Was it difficult to reach LV7 of the genuine martial realm? It wouldn't be difficult. Thinking back to when he was in the Qi and Blood realm, he spent a lot of time and effort to strengthen his foundation. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than other martial artists. That was in the Eastern continent where resources were scarce. Now that he was in the Eastern continent, he planned to go to the Longtu dynasty, where there were more geniuses and more resources. As long as he reached the peak of the Qi refining realm and broke through, his cultivation in the true martial realm would be even faster. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong felt a lingering fear. They hurriedly thanked the armored man who had helped them, and then glanced at Chunzong. With such heavy losses, they wouldn't have a good time when they returned to the gang. Moreover, Xia Taichao wouldn't let this go. No matter which side it was, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. At this point, the battle had ended with the deaths of more than 30 grizzly bear guards from the grizzly bear gang and more than 30 red wolf warriors from the red wolf gang. However, this kind of end was only on the surface. He's definitely not a 4-star fighter. He's at least a 5-star fighter or even higher. Investigate. Get someone to investigate this person's background immediately. With the return of the crowd, the news of this battle immediately spread throughout the 3 ferocious city. After that, the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces in the 3 ferocious city also heard the news and started to investigate. However, only the first-rate forces had the ability to investigate. This was because they were strong enough and had enough resources to enter the various dynasties and secretly carry out their activities. If it was only a 4-star fighter, it wouldn't be enough for them to use the people hidden in the dynasties. After all, there were 4-star Qi refining realm martial artists in the various first-rate forces. If it was a 5-star fighter, the significance would be different. Indeed, there were 5-star fighters in the various first-rate forces, but they were extremely rare and very precious. Another point was that 5-star fighters definitely had a high status in the dynasties. They might even have a very high background. No matter what, they had to investigate clearly before deciding on their attitude towards the other party. However, the 3 ferocious city was quite far from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It would take some time to investigate and send the information back. Chunzong followed Xia Taichao and the group of Cloud Dragon ambassadors back to the Cloud Dragon mansion. On the way back, he was silent. This battle could be said to be a battle between life and death twice. He had almost died here. This also made Chunzong more aware of the gap between him and the true martial realm. Even if he had the Red Thunder Sword to rely on, he still needed an opportunity to activate the sword Qi within it. It was not enough. He was far from being strong enough. He had to become even stronger. The peak of the Qi refining realm. Chunzong's eyes flashed. I must reach it. Only by reaching the peak of the Qi refining realm would one's combat strength become even stronger. Perhaps it would not be enough to compare with a true martial realm martial artist, but it would have a perfect foundation that most true martial realm martial artists did not have. It would allow one to advance by leaps and bounds after breaking through to the true martial realm. The foundation was very important. Even if Chunzong urgently wanted to become stronger, he would not exchange a broader future for a temporary increase in strength. If he could not wait to break through to the true martial realm now, it would be equivalent to cutting off his future. Brother, that person just now is called Duan Yingqiu. After returning to the Cloud Dragon mansion and sitting down, Xia Taichao opened his mouth and said, "His combat strength is at the peak of the 4-star level, not below mine. I am not confident that I can defeat him. Big brother Xia, I am already very grateful that you are willing to protect me. As for the rest, let's leave it for now. We will deal with them in the future." Chunzong smiled slightly and said, Okay, I will wait for that day. Xia Taichao smiled and said. Although he was an emissary of the dynasty, he was not invincible. He was indeed very powerful against the second-rate factions, but against the first-rate factions, his deterrence was undoubtedly much weaker. Brother, although you can't kill him, you should compensate him. What do you need to compensate? Feel free to tell me, Xia Taichao said. What does Big Brother Xia think? Chenzong asked back. We need to make these two factions bleed. Xia Taichao laughed. If you trust me, let me handle it. Okay. Chenzong did not hesitate at all. Straightforward. Xia Taichao smiled. Rest here. This is the Cloud Dragon Mansion. No one dares to cause trouble here. I will be back soon. As he spoke, Xia Taichao walked out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion alone. His goal was naturally to make a trip to the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves to make these two factions bleed. As for Chenzong, after chatting with the Cloud Dragon guards for a while, he went to rest in the guest room. Sitting on the bed, Chenzong thought back to the battle just now. The 30-odd Red Wolves' cooperation was indeed outstanding. If he really was a 4-star warrior, he might have been defeated. Unfortunately, they had underestimated his battle strength, causing them to be completely wiped out. The main point Chenzong thought back was the might of the Iron Wolves and Iron Bears, the two true martial realm cultivators. That kind of attack was not something he could block or dodge. It was as if he was directly suppressed. After that, Xia Taichao's blade was even more stunning. It was as if it had split the world into two. It was extremely terrifying. Duan Yingqiu's 2 punches were also very powerful. When they collided with the blade light, they both shattered and formed a shocking tornado that wreaked havoc in all directions. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything. The corpses of the Red Wolves and Grizzly Bear guards were sucked into it and were instantly torn to pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Chapter 341. 2 Pseudo-Spiritual Weapons. Chenzong was stunned. He was surprised to see the compensation Xia Taichao brought back from the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. Chenzong did not believe that pseudo-spiritual weapons were worthless in a place like the Three Ferocious City. Because of the lack of resources, the value of pseudo-spiritual weapons must be higher than in the dynasty. No wonder he said he would make the two gangs bleed. 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons. One of the pseudo-spiritual tools was an inner armor. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was soft to the touch and very comfortable to the touch. The other pseudo-spiritual tool was a pair of combat shoes, which gave people a domineering feeling. Brother, these 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons will be of great help to you. Although Xia Taichao was a little tempted, he still pushed the 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons to Chenzong. Brother Xia, I want this inner armor. It can improve my ability to protect myself. As for this pair of combat shoes, they are yours. Chenzong pushed the combat shoes to Xia Taichao. Brother, you should know the value of pseudo-spiritual weapons. They are compensation from the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. Xia Taichao was stunned and stared at Chenzong with his eyes wide open. If it weren't for Brother Xia, I would have lost my life, not to mention compensation. Chenzong laughed. Xia Taichao stared deeply at Chenzong and found that there was only sincerity in Chenzong's eyes. There was no reluctance at all. Xia Taichao suddenly smiled. Okay, I also like this pair of combat shoes. They are useful to me, so I will shamelessly accept them. Xia Taichao laughed and said happily. Pseudo-spiritual weapons were very useful for both the training force realm and the genuine martial realm. Especially for the genuine martial realm warriors, they could better use the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapons with genuine power. Xia Taichao was a genuine martial realm warrior with 4-star combat strength. If he could get such a pseudo-spiritual weapon, his combat strength would be improved. Strength was one of the pursuits of all martial artists. No one would turn their backs on becoming more powerful. Chenzong also quickly put on the inner armor. It was close to his body, light as if it was weightless and very comfortable. The first function of this inner armor was very simple but very practical. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. Moreover, it could absorb sweat and dispel the impurities excreted from the body, allowing the body covered by the inner armor to always be in a clean state. The second effect was that the inner armor was soft and comfortable on the inside. It was very tough on the outside and had astonishing defensive power. Even the sharpness of a divine iron sword would not be damaged at all. It could better protect the body. The third effect was to form a layer of invisible protective power on the surface of the body after the power of the pseudo-spiritual tool was stimulated. It could resist the attacks of swords, sabers, water, fire, and so on. It could better protect the body. As long as that layer of protective power was not broken, the body would not be harmed. However, this inner armor was only a rank 1 pseudo-spirit tool. After all, it had 3 functions. The first and second functions were due to the materials used to make it, so they couldn't be considered as abilities. Only the third function was the true ability of this pseudo-spirit tool. Although Chunzong's combat power did not increase, his life-saving ability had increased a lot. Chunzong and Xia Taichao were very happy that they got 2 pseudo-spiritual tools. However, the people of the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang were very angry. Not only did they lose dozens of elite warriors in the gang, but they also had to compensate with a pseudo-spiritual tool. This kind of loss was not enough to be described by the word disastrous. In the Grizzly Gang, the deputy leader of the gang, Tai Xiong, knelt in the hall to accept his punishment. In the Red Wolves, Tai Lang also knelt in the hall to accept his punishment. Both of them had been stripped of their positions as deputy leaders. They also had to give up their pseudo-spiritual tools and the spiritual shells they had saved up. The loss was very disastrous. Their hearts were bleeding. They hated Chunzong so much that they could not wait to skin him, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. This person must be eliminated to restore our lost reputation. Yes, he must be killed. But the warriors of the real martial arts can't do it. Otherwise, they will anger Xia Taichao and the others, which will be very disadvantageous to our gang. However, none of the warriors of the Qi refining realm in our gang is a match for him. I have an idea, but it will cost a lot. Say it. Ask Serene Thorn to do it. Serene Thorn! Serene Thorn! They all exclaimed. Ask Serene Thorn to do it. The price is too high. Haha, besides us, the Red Wolves probably have the same idea. Why don't we join forces with the Red Wolves and pay half the price? That's feasible. It's decided then. Assassinate Chunzong. Seems to be a 5-star warrior. It's very interesting. I'll take it. The faint voice seemed to come from the depths of the night. It was erratic and unpredictable. 10,000 spiritual shells. Pay a deposit of 3,000. 10,000 spiritual shells to kill a warrior of the Qi refining realm. This price was too high. It was enough to buy the life of a warrior of the real martial arts realm. But there was no other way. Currently, in the entire 3 ferocious city, other than the geniuses of the first-rate forces, the only one who had the ability to kill Chunzong was Serene Thorn. Ask the geniuses of the first-rate forces to do it. It was very difficult. It was better to pay Serene Thorn directly. So far, Serene Thorn's assassination success rate was 100%. As long as he targeted, no one could survive. Of course, Serene Thorn didn't accept missions to assassinate warriors of the real martial arts realm. After all, his cultivation was in the Qi refining realm. For 3 days, Chunzong stayed in the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Most of the time, he was comprehending. There was great terror in the face of death. Behind the terror, there were great mysteries. Mediocre people would only be intimidated by the terror and be left with a shadow. Geniuses, on the other hand, could resist the terror and see the mysteries behind it. From there, they could comprehend it. After 3 days of comprehension, Chunzong vaguely grasped the opportunity to break through to the completion of the qi refining realm. However, it was like the clouds in the sky. It could be seen but could not be touched. It was erratic. I'm still lacking something. Chunzong opened his eyes. They were as sharp as swords, illuminating the room. The feeling of not being able to break through when he was about to grasp the key point was very uncomfortable. He had to get it out, but he couldn't get it out. Do I have to fall into a situation of death again to truly grasp the opportunity? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. He started to think. In such a situation of death, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. If he died, then any comprehension or breakthrough would be useless. Thinking back, if Xia Taichao hadn't intervened, he would have been dead. There was no need to talk about comprehension. Chunzong wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid of dying in vain. If he wanted to put himself in a situation of death and use the pressure of death to comprehend and break through, he still needed a chance to survive. After thinking for a while, Chunzong still couldn't think of a better way. He decided to leave Triple Ferocity City and take a look outside. Outside of the Three Ferocious City, it was surrounded by the wilderness. However, there were still some dangerous places in the wilderness. Chunzong planned to go to those dangerous places and find a chance to survive. After informing Xia Taichao, Chunzong walked out of the Yunlong mansion. The moment he stepped out of the Yunlong mansion, Chunzong's eyes flashed. However, he didn't stop at all. He quickly merged into the crowd like a fish swimming against the current, quickly heading towards the city gate. You're finally out. Enjoy the last of your life. A faint voice filled the air. However, no one could hear it. Soon, Chunzong walked out of Triple Ferocity City and headed west. At the western end of Triple Ferocity City, there was a valley shrouded in grayish-green fog all year round. A sour smell could be smelled from afar. The grayish-green fog was a type of miasma that was poisonous. If a blood qi realm martial artist were to enter it, they would be corroded until their blood qi deteriorated and rot. If a weaker force refinement realm martial artist were to enter it, only death awaited them. Even powerful qi and blood realm martial artists couldn't stay in it for long periods of time. Only those who had reached the true martial realm could use their true force to resist the miasma's corrosion without being affected at all. The rolling grayish-green fog seemed to hide countless poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. It made one's hair stand on end just by looking at it from afar. Chunzong didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace and headed towards the poisonous fog valley. As he approached, his pure yang qi and blood surged like flowing water. The chaotic heaven energy circulated throughout his body. Chunzong entered the grayish-green miasma and headed towards the valley. There was no doubt that such a valley was dangerous. Perhaps Chunzong could find an opportunity to break through here. Or maybe not, but he had to try his best. The path of martial arts was about exploration, constantly moving forward and trying. As Chunzong entered, the grayish-green miasma was like a venomous snake that had been awakened. It surged from all directions and wrapped Chunzong's body, trying to drill into Chunzong's body like a swarm of bees. His pure yang qi and blood were burning hot. Under the surging qi and blood, they resisted the invasion of the miasma. As his inner force circulated throughout his body, a second layer of protection was formed, preventing the grayish-green miasma from entering his body. His 5 senses were heightened to the extreme. Everything around him, no matter how subtle, could escape Chunzong's senses. Suddenly, Chunzong raised his hand and pointed to the right. The chaotic heaven energy covered his fingertip. It was as sharp as a sword and seemed to be able to cut through everything. At the same time, a grayish-green figure, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, shuttled through the grayish-green miasma. It was extremely fast and silently shot towards Chunzong. It seemed to automatically collide with Chunzong's finger. At the moment of contact with Chen Zong's finger, the grayish-green figure, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, suddenly trembled. In an instant it straightened up and fell to the ground like a soft noodle. Chen Zong's hand gestures changed. His palm was covered with a layer of chaotic heaven energy. With a gentle grab, he caught the thing in his hand and held it in front of him to have a look. It was a snake that was as thick as a finger and less than half a meter long. Its whole body was grayish-green, which was almost the same as the grayish-green miasma. It could better hide in the miasma and launch an attack silently. It was simply a natural assassin. The triangular head indicated that the snake was highly venomous. If he was bitten, the venom would be injected into his body. Chen Zong did not know whether he could withstand it. After a quick examination, he did not find anything useful on the snake, so he casually threw it away. Not long after, there seemed to be a shadow passing through the miasma. It reached out and picked up the snake's body. After careful observation, it threw it away. Chapter 342. The poisonous fog valley was shrouded in gray-green miasma all year round. It hadn't dissipated for hundreds of years. Normal beasts couldn't survive in this miasma. Only poisonous beasts could live in it and become stronger by breathing in the miasma. As Chen Zong walked into the valley, he encountered a lot of poisonous beasts, most of which were snakes. Because these snakes had been in the miasma for a long time, their skin had turned gray-green, which was the same color as the miasma. It was harder to see them, and they moved silently, which made them even more deadly. Other than the poisonous beasts, there were also spiders. The spiders with the same gray-green skin were as big as millstones and as small as fingernails. They couldn't be ignored. However, Chen Zong hadn't drawn his sword yet. He just used his finger as a sword to kill the poisonous beasts and the spiders. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist Chen Zong's finger. The deeper they went, the thicker and purer the miasma was, and the more corrosive it was. You see, I, who was following in the dark, saw the dead bodies of the poisonous beasts and spiders again and again. He felt more and more that Chen Zong was powerful, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. I have to find the best time to kill him in one strike. You see, I said to himself. If he couldn't kill him in one strike, it would be even harder to find a second chance. You see, success rate was 100% because he was careful, cautious, and patient. He observed carefully, made a judgment, and waited patiently for the best time. If the best time didn't come, he wouldn't act. Especially when the target was a genius who was suspected to be a 5-star warrior. It wasn't that he hadn't assassinated a 5-star warrior before. It was because he was careful and patient enough that he was able to assassinate a 5-star warrior. It was also that assassination that made him famous. However, Chen Zong didn't give him the feeling that he was just a 5-star warrior. He had to be more careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission and might even lose his life. As long as I can complete this assassination and get the remaining 7,000 spirit shells, I can buy that pellet to strengthen my foundation and break through to the genuine force realm. You see, I thought to himself. The poisonous fog valley was very strange. There were no poisonous beasts of the genuine force realm, as if there were some restrictions. However, after years of accumulation, some of the poisonous beasts had reached a horrifying level. They could reach 5-star or even 6-star warriors. Once they formed a group, even 7-star warriors couldn't fight against them. The red sword light was like a flash of lightning, which flashed through the thick gray-green miasma. Under the power of the Enlightenment realm, the power in the air was covered, which made the sword light even more powerful. Like a red lightning. Chen Zong held his breath and quickly retreated. After Chen Zong left, you see, I approached. His pupils shrank rapidly. The sword light that flashed by just now made him shiver all over. It was very powerful. Could it be a 6-star warrior? A thought that made Yu Si shiver uncontrollably appeared in his mind. 6-star warrior. Like a demon, he couldn't get rid of it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he was. His body trembled slightly. 6-star warrior. Yu Si's heart trembled as well. Should I give up on this mission? Let's continue. Assassinate a 6-star warrior. If I succeed, I might be able to break through my limit. Give up or continue, Yu Si was struggling. He was having a fierce battle in his mind. No matter what, I have to try. After a fierce battle in his mind, Yu Si made a decision. He was confident that even if the assassination failed, he could escape with the help of the unique environment of the poisonous fog valley and his ability to hide. The pressure is still not enough. Chen Zong shook his sword slightly. The blood on the red thunder sword was shaken off. A 6-star spider and a few 5-star spiders were not enough to give him the pressure of death. He had to get more. A light flashed through Chen Zong's eyes. He decided to make a bigger move. Is he crazy? Yu Si, who was hiding in the dark and waiting for the best time to attack, stared at Chen Zong's every move. Seeing that Chen Zong was attracting powerful snakes and spiders from everywhere, he couldn't help but shudder. Although the color of the snakes and spiders was very similar to the miasma, Yu Si's eyesight was great. He could tell that those snakes and spiders were very powerful. They were at least 3-star warriors or even higher. A 3-star warrior was nothing. Yu Si could kill them easily. However, a large group of 3-star warriors was different. Not to mention that there were 4-star warriors. If Yu Si was not wrong, there might even be 5-star warriors. The aura of demonic beasts was different from that of human warriors. It was easier to tell the difference. Yu Si was born with a sharper sense of aura. Plus, with the martial arts he cultivated, his senses were further enhanced. Of course, Chen Zong's Anusrava mixed yuan body made it hard for Yu Si to sense. More and more snakes and spiders came from all directions, surrounding Chen Zong. With 2 swords in hand, Chen Zong was not afraid. These snakes and spiders were naturally attracted by Chen Zong on purpose. Each and every one of them was very powerful. Their venom was very scary. Only by doing so could they bring the pressure of life and death to Chen Zong. For now, facing a warrior of the real martial arts realm, there was no chance of survival. He could only use this method. This method was naturally safer than confronting a warrior of the real martial arts realm directly. However, Chen Zong was very clear that if he was not careful, he would also die here. However, there was a slim chance of survival. Seeking life in death and seeking a breakthrough. Fighting to survive in the face of death. The strange sound came from all directions, making one's scalp tingle and body shiver just by listening to it. Chen Zong seemed to be unaware of it. He was waiting for the crisis to come, waiting for the pressure of life and death in the midst of the crisis. Yu Si, who was hiding in the dark, had completely restrained his aura. He would not be sensed by the poisonous insects here, so he would not be attacked. However, the scene in front of him still gave him goosebumps. No matter what this person's purpose was, the scene in front of him shocked him. He admired this person from the bottom of his heart. However, he still had to fight when it was necessary. This was a task, and it was also related to whether he could break through the limit. Perhaps, with so many poisonous snakes and spiders surrounding this person, he could find the best time to attack and kill this person in one strike. Just the thought of assassinating a 6-star prodigy was enough to make his blood boil. Kill! Chen Zong shouted in a low voice as he drew his sword. The cross-shaped sword light cut through the grayish-green miasma and cut forward. Wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew. Chen Zong's figure also moved. As he moved, his steps were nimble and unpredictable. Not only did he avoid the attacks from the poisonous snakes and spiders, but he also kept fighting back with his sword. Every time he drew his sword, a poisonous snake or spider would be killed, and broken limbs would fly in the air. What an exquisite sword technique! Usui, who was hiding in the dark, felt that he had suffered a great blow. For a long time, he had been pursuing a one-hit kill. He had been honing his martial arts skills and simplifying them. However, if he wanted to simplify his martial arts skills, he had to have enough mastery and understanding of them. In the end, he could transcend them and make them completely suitable for himself. He would be able to exert the full power of his martial arts skills, or exert the power beyond the limit. In order to achieve this, he had put in a lot of effort. Usui was confident that among the young warriors in the chi-refining realm in the entire Three Ferocious City, no one could compare with him in terms of the exquisiteness of their moves. Even the geniuses cultivated by the first-class forces could not compare with him. Even many warriors in the genuine martial arts realm could not compare with him. However, now, he had encountered a person who not only had terrifying combat strength, but also had exquisite moves that made him feel desperate. However, killing such a person would give him a greater sense of achievement. That feeling would definitely allow him to break through his limits and reach a higher level. There were several times when Usui wanted to attack directly, but he forced himself to hold back because it was not the best time. He was not sure if he could kill with one strike. Wait, continue to wait. More and more poisonous snakes and spiders were attracted over, and they surrounded Chen Zong without fear of death. However, Chen Zong's expression was cold and solemn, like the cold iron of the deep sea. His eyes were sharp, like sword lights, and with two swords in his hands, he continued to kill. Not enough. The pressure of facing a life-and-death crisis was not enough. If it was not enough, then he would kill to his heart's content. Green blood splashed in all directions. Chen Zong shuttled through it as nimbly as a fish swimming through rocks under the water. However, he had the agility of a cheetah and the sharpness of an eagle hunting. Suddenly, he turned back and the sword light flew past like a swallow's wing. Unparalleled combat strength. Usui watched from afar. His admiration for Chen Zong grew stronger. If people knew his current state of mind, they would probably laugh. This cold-blooded assassin, who had assassinated a 5-star genius in the past, was actually admiring others. The stinky smell of blood drifted further and further away. The hissing sound came from afar. Usui could not see what it was, but the sound alone made his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. He felt as if he was soaked in ice. Then, from another direction, a rustling sound came, which also brought a strong sense of horror. Judging from the sound, it should be a poisonous snake and a poisonous spider that were rapidly approaching. Moreover, they were very powerful. How powerful were they? Usui did not know. It was beyond his ability to distinguish. Chen Zong's face was as cold as iron in the deep sea. However, a smile bloomed on his face. He was a little excited from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 343. The thick grayish-green miasma severely affected their vision. They couldn't see more than 100 meters away. The hissing sound became more obvious, and the rustling sound on the other side became more intense. A giant python with a waist as thick as a water bucket was wriggling on the rough and uneven ground towards Chen Zong's direction. Wherever it passed, all the sand and stones were crushed into powder, leaving a winding and twisted gully on the ground. On the other side, there was a huge poisonous spider that was rapidly waving its 8 long and sharp claws, charging over like a gust of wind and lightning. Serene Thorn was stunned. A giant python with a body as thick as a bucket, a poisonous spider the size of a house, and an extremely strong aura fluctuation emitted from them. It was like a roaring hurricane. What kind of monsters were they? The combat power of the giant python and the poisonous spider was probably beyond the 5-star level. Could it be beyond the 6-star level? What was beyond the 6-star level? It was the 7-star level, an unimaginable level. He's done for. Looks like I don't have to do it myself, Serene Thorn thought to himself. He felt sorry that he was going to miss an opportunity. However, Serene Thorn could only give up helplessly. He dared to assassinate 5-star or 6-star level martial artists, but he didn't dare to deal with these two monsters. They were too strong. Just the aura they emitted was enough to make him feel suffocated. 7-star combat power. Chen Zong's voice was very low. It was so low that only he could hear it. However, his tone was burning like the sun. It was excitement from the bottom of his heart. 7-star combat power. There were two monsters with 7-star combat power. The environment here was very suitable for these two monsters. They should be able to give him enough pressure. If others knew what Chen Zong was thinking, they would definitely call him crazy. The giant venomous python flicked its forked tongue, and the sound it emitted was like thunder. An extremely tyrannical aura was like a hurricane that could destroy everything. It rushed towards Chen Zong, wanting to completely destroy him. On the other side, the giant spider's terrifying aura was like a flash flood. In an instant, it carried the power of 10,000 hectares and fiercely bombarded Chen Zong. Two completely different yet extremely terrifying auras collided fiercely with Chen Zong at the center. It was like a real storm, and its momentum was vast and mighty. Being within, Chen Zong felt as if he had been ruthlessly struck by two incomparably huge hammers. However, compared to the aura of a true martial realm martial artist, there was still an extremely large gap. For Chen Zong, it was completely unable to bring about any suppression effect. The wild wind whistled and swept in all directions, causing the dense grayish-green miasma to surge endlessly like a tide, emitting enormous crashing sounds. The surrounding poisonous snakes and spiders were unable to withstand it. Under this terrifying storm, they were blown back repeatedly in all directions. The weaker ones were directly torn apart and died miserably. Chen Zong's body seemed to be torn apart by the collision of the two forces, but that was just an illusion. In reality, he seemed to have taken root, like a pine tree that had stood on the edge of a cliff for thousands of years. No matter how strong the storm was, it could not break him away. Close. The giant poisonous python attacked first. It sprayed a mouthful of dark green poisonous fog at Chen Zong. The poisonous fog was so thick that it poured down like a flood. Then, the giant spider behind him waved its sharp claws and stabbed at Chen Zong like a peerless blade. The attack of the giant poisonous python and the giant spider, which had the combat strength of 7 stars, immediately brought great pressure to Chen Zong. He was facing death. Chen Zong gripped his two swords tightly and immediately moved away. His body was like a gentle breeze as he dodged the large poisonous python's poisonous mist. It was unknown when he turned around, but the cross-shaped sword light seemed to be able to split the sky as it ruthlessly attacked the large spider's sharp claws. The collision. The terrible momentum surge. It could pierce through gold and crack stone. You see, I felt like his eardrums were about to be torn apart even though he was far away. Chen Zong immediately felt that the giant spider's sharp claws had an amazing power. The impact was like a landslide. It made the two swords tremble. Then, through the two swords, it quickly spread to his arms and spread to every part of his body. His qi and blood were surging. His internal force was surging. He flew back directly. At this moment, the giant poisonous python and the giant spider seemed to have formed an alliance. They attacked again. The giant spider waved its thick tail and slammed it at Chen Zong like a falling pillar. The whistling sound was like a storm. Chen Zong waved his sword again to resist. With a loud bang, the shock wave cleared away the miasma in the surroundings. The ground shattered and cracks appeared. With Chen Zong as the center, the cracks spread out like a spider web. After being attacked by such a powerful attack for the second time, Chen Zong felt that his pure yang qi and blood were about to collapse. His powerful internal force was also surging. It was difficult for him to gather it again. His strong bones and muscles were aching as if they were about to be torn apart. Strong. Both the giant spider's attack and the giant poisonous python's attack were at the early stage of 7 stars. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than Chunzong. Even so, Chunzong was not afraid at all. Instead, an indescribable excitement was surging in his heart. It was lonely at the top. He pursued a strong opponent, whether it was a human or a monster. The direction that Chunzong flew back was the direction where Serene Thorn was hiding. My chance is coming, Serene Thorn thought. He was getting calmer and calmer. He caught a glimpse of Chunzong's figure from the corner of his eye. The reason why he didn't dare to look at him directly was that he was afraid of being discovered by Chunzong. After all, he thought that Chunzong's combat strength had reached 6 stars. He might be very sensitive to auras. If he was discovered, it might lead to failure. Calmness was the most important factor for an assassin. The more excited he was, the calmer he was. He was terrifyingly calm, like ice. Closer. Chunzong was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, Chunzong landed on the ground. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stand firm. From every subtle movement, Serene Thorn could tell that Chunzong's strength was scattered and hadn't fully gathered yet. This was the best time for him to assassinate. If he waited until Chunzong gathered his strength, he would lose the chance. He moved. Serene Thorn, who had been hiding in the same position until now, finally moved. It was fine if he did not move, but once he moved, he was like a silent bolt of lightning, instantly traversing a distance of more than 10 meters. The cold inner strength in his body also completely exploded in that instant, pouring into the ghost thorn in his hand through his arm. The ghost thorn was a strange weapon. It looked like a slender thorn, with 3 edges like a sword. The end was terrifyingly sharp. It was a pure killing weapon, and it was smeared with poison. For this attack, Serene Thorn also performed the martial arts that he was proud of. It was as fast as lightning, silent and impossible to guard against. It seemed to ignore the distance of 1 meter and crossed it in an instant. Even if people sensed it, it would create an illusion and slow down their reaction. This was Serene Thorn's most powerful attack. It contained his strength and belief. It was beyond the past. It had a feeling of breaking through the limit and peeping into a higher level. This was also a sure-kill attack. You see, I firmly believed that as long as his attack hit Chunzong, he would be able to kill him. As long as he could kill Chunzong, he would be able to grasp that feeling and break through his own limits to reach a higher level. He was going to stab him. At that moment, Chunzong suddenly looked over. His eyes emitted a shocking cold light, like cold lightning that streaked across the sky, causing Yuxi's heart to involuntarily beat wildly. An ominous feeling erupted like a mountain torrent bursting through a dam. Was he discovered? At this point, there was no turning back. He had to kill him. At that moment, this attack seemed to become more powerful. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The deep voice was sonorous, like the sound of a sword. It came into Serene Thorn's ears. At the same time, the 2 swords pierced through the air. Under the enlightenment state, the power of heaven and earth was mobilized, making the 2 swords extremely fast. The power they contained was even more extraordinarily powerful. This was a sword attack with the fighting strength of an early 7 star. Oh no! Serene Thorn was terrified. Strong, too strong. He was so strong that he couldn't dodge or resist at all. How could he be so strong? This was definitely not a 6-star fighting strength. Could it be a 7-star fighting strength? As soon as this thought appeared, Serene Thorn, who was facing death, also broke his own limit under the pressure of death and reached a higher level. Even so, his fighting strength couldn't reach the 7-star level. The gap between a 6-star and a 7-star was huge. Without reaching the 7-star level, one wouldn't be a match for a 7-star. To be able to die under the sword of such a genius, I have no regrets. This was Serene Thorn's last thought. He broke through his own limit. This was something to be happy about, but, unfortunately, he was going to die. However, it was a good thing to be able to break through, and it was also an honor to be able to die under the sword of such a powerful warrior. Since he stepped on the path of an assassin, he had been constantly assassinating others. He was destined to die in the hands of others one day. When Chernzong stepped out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion, his sharp senses knew that he was being watched. At first, he thought it was the Grizzly Gang or the Red Wolves. After all, the two gangs had suffered great losses. They definitely wouldn't give up. Gradually, the feeling of being followed became intermittent. Even in the Poison Fog Valley, it still existed. The stalker was very skilled in concealing himself. Chernzong was afraid that he would scare the stalker away, so he pretended that he didn't know anything. In fact, he was setting up a trap to lure the stalker into it bit by bit. Before, he attracted those poisonous insects to surround him. Other than wanting to put himself in a desperate situation, he also had a plan. Until the appearance of the giant poisonous python and the giant spider, this plan was truly completed. The attack of the giant spider and the giant poisonous python repelled Chernzong, which was also part of Chernzong's plan. He had to let the stalker seize the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, the stalker was too good at hiding himself. Chernzong didn't have the confidence to completely lock onto him. If the stalker escaped, all his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 344. The spies have been eliminated. Let's fight with all our might. As soon as he finished speaking, Chernzong's lips curled into a smile. His fighting spirit was as sharp as a sword, peerless. The sixth level of the chaotic heaven energy breaking force was operated to the extreme. His pure yang qi and blood were like tsunamis. His strength was like the sound of a drum, dominating heaven and earth. It formed a terrible roaring wind that blew away the grayish-green miasma around, revealing a clear sky. The two swords trembled. The clanging sound was like the sound of heaven echoing. The sword light flashed and tore the air under the swords, leaving traces. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider attacked from the left and right respectively. The terrible strength swept over and destroyed everything. Chernzong was not afraid at all. The reason why Chernzong was forced to retreat was not only because the two of them were very strong, but also because Chernzong had deliberately acted weak. His goal was to let Uci, who was hiding in the dark, think that he had the best opportunity to attack and eliminate him. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight to his heart's content if he was being watched by someone who was difficult to lock onto. Now, he could fight to his heart's content without holding back. He would let these two monsters, whose combat strength was as high as the early stage of the 7-star, become his whetstone and his opportunity to break through. His chi and blood were surging, and his internal strength was swirling. It was as if there was a roar echoing through the sky. The two swords created a blurry shadow, which was caused by the fast speed of the swords. In an instant, Chernzong had slashed hundreds of times. Every slash contained terrible power. Every slash carried the power of heaven and earth, which had reached the early stage of the 7-star level. It turned into a storm of sword light, raging wildly, and slashed at the giant poisonous python and the giant spider. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider were too big. Although they were very agile, they could not avoid Chernzong's slashes. However, the python's scales were incomparably tough. As sparks flew, Chernzong's sword only managed to leave a white mark on its scales. The spider's skin was not as tough as the snake's scales, but it was very thick and had a kind of flexibility. When the sword slashed on its skin, it made a slight dent, but the sword bounced back instantly without causing the slightest bit of damage. At most, it cut off some of the fur on its skin. This level surprised Chernzong. Immediately, his fighting spirit became stronger. Above Chen Zong's head, the strong fighting intent and momentum mixed together, as if they were about to condense into a sword, an illusory sword. Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by a burst of carefree laughter, Chen Zong's two swords were not only swift, they became even more ferocious and shocking. The sword light was like thunder and lightning, tearing through the sky. It was also like the suppression of a mountain, extremely terrifying. Chop chop chop. Kill kill kill. Chen Zong's superhuman five senses allowed him to accurately grasp all the movements around him. The Linwu realm of body sword unification allowed Chen Zong to integrate his strength and martial arts to the highest degree, and to connect them with the two swords in his hands. Everything about him was under his control. The two swords seemed to come alive, and they were all-pervasive and unstoppable. The realm of enlightenment allowed Chen Zong to borrow the free force between heaven and earth to add to himself, making himself lighter and more agile, and also making the power of the two swords more powerful. Apart from the power of the secret method and the pseudo-spiritual weapon, he used all of his combat strength. This was the combat strength of an early 7-star warrior. However, the big poisonous python and the big spider were not weak at all. They both had the combat strength of an early 7-star warrior. In a 2-on-1 situation, they brought great pressure to Chen Zong. Infinite sword cut. Chen Zong nimbly dodged the attacks of the big poisonous python and the big spider, and then he appeared on the side of the big poisonous python. He used the big poisonous python's huge body to block the attack of the big spider, and the two swords were brandished. Infinite sword cut. The speed of the first sword was as fast as he could reach, and then the power of each sword kept increasing while maintaining the original speed. The current infinite sword cut was completely different from before, because Chen Zong had not reached the body sword unification realm before, and he had not reached the realm of enlightenment. Now, the power of each sword was very terrifying. Even the weakest first sword could easily kill most of the 6-star warriors. One sword followed by another, and the two swords were brandished at the same time. It was as if thousands of thunders were descending from the sky, and each sword slashed at the same spot on the big poisonous python's body. No matter how strong the defense of the snake's scales is, it can't withstand so many sword slashes. However, the moment the big poisonous python's scales were cut, it reacted very quickly. Its huge body rolled over like an earth dragon, and the earth rumbled and shook. Dust and smoke were billowing, and the wind roared, blowing the surrounding miasma even more chaotic. The big poisonous python rolled over, and its snake scales opened and closed at a rapid speed. It became slippery, and Chen Zong's two swords could not accurately hit the same spot. Moreover, between the rolling and the snake scales opening and closing, it further blocked Chen Zong's two sword slashes, making it difficult for the power to burst out and unable to cause any damage. The big thick tail suddenly rose, and then it slammed down hard at Chen Zong. It was like a falling pillar that could collapse a mountain. Chen Zong only felt a shadow appear, and then an extremely terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zong would use his agile body to dodge, but he did not. Instead, he brandished his two swords and wanted to meet force with force. Like an explosion of thunder, sound waves spread out from the center of the collision between the two swords and the snake's tail. A layer of the ground was forcefully scraped up and turned into powder. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The big poisonous python exerted force, and its thick tail suddenly bounced up and slammed down fiercely. Chen Zong's feet crushed the ground, and inch-by-inch cracks appeared. His qi and blood force mixed with his physical strength and inner force pushed his body upward. At the same time, the big spider went to the other side, and its sharp claws were like knives. It slashed at Chen Zong's body fiercely, and wanted to cut him in half. Although this kind of monster did not have high intelligence, it had amazing instincts, and knew the best way to fight. In an instant, Chen Zong was facing the double attack of the poisonous python and the big spider. In the face of danger, Chen Zong's body twisted strangely, completely defying common sense. The big spider's claws almost slashed through his body, leaving a cold light behind. Then, Chen Zong's body suddenly straightened, and in an instant, an even more powerful force burst out from his arms and swords. The sword light seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The environment of the poisonous fog valley was very unfavorable for Chen Zong, but for the poisonous python and the big spider, it was like fish in water. Here, they did not have to worry about exhausting their strength, because they could quickly replenish it. On the other hand, Chen Zong could not. Although his strength recovered very quickly, when facing such a powerful monster, every sword strike would consume a lot of strength. If he continuously attacked, his recovery speed would not be able to keep up with the speed of consumption. Gradually, Chen Zong's strength and mental strength were consumed by more than half. However, the battle had just entered the most intense moment. Chen Zong was completely in the air, and his feet did not touch the ground. He was constantly attacked by the poisonous python and the big spider. The poisonous python's attack methods were to spit venom, collide with its head, bite with its bloody mouth, swing with its tail, and use its body to strangle its target. Its body could roll rapidly, and as it rolled, it could generate an extremely terrifying force. If one was touched by it, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. As for the big spider's attack method, it could also spit venom. In addition, it could also attack with its 8 claws, which could stab and slash. It was very flexible and sharp, and its power was amazing. In terms of attack methods, the big spider was not as rich as the poisonous python, but it was also difficult to deal with, because the 8 claws were very terrifying together. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife, and below the tip of the knife was a bottomless abyss. If one fell, there would be no corpse left. The excitement brought about by this kind of danger caused Chen Zong to be in a state of nervous tension. His heartbeat was several times faster than usual, and his pure yang blood and qi surged like a torrent. His skin turned red, and his body temperature rapidly rose. His entire body seemed to be filled with an even greater power, and his fighting spirit was astonishing. However, the more it was like this, the calmer Chen Zong's mind was, and the better he was in control of everything. In the sky, a saber claw slashed down fiercely, as if it was going to split the sky. Chen Zong's body was also split, but it was only a residual shadow. Suddenly, the big spider bounced up from the ground and stretched out its 8 claws. It was like 8 peerless sabersmen were attacking Chen Zong. 8 violent saber lights came like a storm, and also like 10,000 thunders. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of attacks densely filling the surroundings. There was nowhere for Chen Zong to dodge. He could only wave his 2 swords to resist. Each saber attack contained an extremely violent power. Hundreds of violent attacks made Chen Zong's hands numb. The tyrannical power shook his body, and his bones and muscles were almost torn apart. However, Chen Zong still tried his best to resist the thousands of attacks of the big spider. He felt that his hands were almost numb. The big spider fell to the ground. Behind him, the big poisonous python's tail was about to hit him fiercely. Chen Zong, who had not recovered his strength, could not dodge. He made a prompt decision to activate the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor. The invisible power immediately covered Chen Zong's whole body. At the same time, the python's tail hit him fiercely. There was a roar with the force of a landslide. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the defensive power of the pseudo-spiritual armor was shattered in an instant. The tail accurately bombarded Chen Zong's back. Chen Zong was sent flying hundreds of meters away like a meteor. The tyrannical power went through the armor and into Chen Zong's body. If it were not for Chen Zong's strong physique, he would have been smashed into pieces by this terrible blow. Even so, Chen Zong did not feel good. He felt that the violent power was rampaging in his body, and it was about to break his bones and internal organs. Fortunately, Chunzong's physique was very strong. In addition, he activated the pseudo-spiritual armor's protective power in time. The power of the python's tail was weakened by more than half. After that, the inner armor's toughness also resisted most of the power. Chunzong mobilized his strength and focused his mind. He gathered the power that was violently colliding within his body as much as possible. Then, he gathered it together with a mouthful of blood and spat it out from his mouth. Chunzong felt his entire body relax. The Anasrava immemorial body quickly worked. The pure yang qi and blood gathered and circulated. Not only did it quickly restore Chunzong's strength, but it also healed his internal injuries. Chapter 345. What made Chunzong happy was that as the python's violent energy entered his body, Chunzong seemed to have unlocked something, even though it caused considerable damage to his bones, muscles, and internal organs. It allowed him to comprehend something. The characteristic of the great completion of strength refining was that the energy flowed through the entire body. As the name implied, every part of the body, every pore, and even every strand of hair could be reached by the internal energy. The energy flowed through the entire body without leaving any gap. It could reach the sky and the abyss. Chunzong also seemed to understand that the so-called zenith referred to the top of the head, which was also the weak point of the human body, where the brain was located. It was very fragile, and some external forces could cause it to be damaged, such as internal strength. As for the abyss, it referred to the center of the feet, which was the soles of the feet. The top of the head and the soles of the feet were connected to form a line, and the internal energy spread to every part of the body. This was the true great completion of strength refining. Understanding was one thing, but it was as if he knew, but he did not know how to do it. But now Chunzong found a way, and that was to rely on external forces. However, this method was very dangerous. Again, Chunzong smiled. After reorganizing his energy, he charged toward the python and spider that were charging at him again. Fight, fight, fight. Chunzong did not try to dodge anymore. Instead, he simply met force with force. Again and again, he guided the violent energy into his body and wreaked havoc in his body. Not only did he not restrain it, but he also guided it to continuously impact his bones and muscles, even if it caused some damage. The pain in his body became more and more intense, but Chunzong did not care. It was as if the person who was suffering was not himself. Instead, under this kind of pain, his internal energy became more agile and vigorous. Some parts that were usually unable to be used were also taken care of. Chunzong did not know how Ding Xian broke through to the great completion of strength refining, but the process was definitely not enjoyable. Just like when he broke through to the great completion of Qi and Blood Realm, the feeling of being torn apart was still fresh in his memory. In order to reap great rewards, one had to endure the corresponding test. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The battle prowess of the giant venomous python and the giant spider was abnormally terrifying. Every time they unleashed their power, they would not consume much of it. Or rather, once they consumed any of it, they would be able to quickly recover by absorbing the thick miasma all around them. Chunzong was consuming more and more. Whether it was his internal force or mental strength, he had consumed more than 70% of it. However, Chunzong did not seem to notice it. He continued to burst out again and again, colliding head-on with the big poisonous python and the big spider. Chunzong couldn't fully control the raging power inside his body. Part of the power had caused great damage to his body. His skin seemed to have cracked, and blood was oozing out. The blood was as hot as the sun, emitting a scorching aura. It flowed all over Chunzong's body, making him look like a bloody man. The raging power was either guided or raging on its own. It kept attacking the corners of Chen Zong's body, breaking open one place after another. The places where the internal force could not normally be controlled were all opened up. The human body was very mysterious. When a martial artist cultivated, his internal force would often have a fixed route. It was precisely these routes that allowed the power of each cultivation method and martial arts to be truly unleashed. The mysteries of various cultivation methods and martial arts were also contained in these routes. The more advanced a cultivation method was, the more routes it involved. To put it bluntly, the more parts it could develop, the more powerful it would be. However, regardless of whether it was an inferior cultivation method or a supreme cultivation method, there was a limit. It could not cover the whole body. Even a supreme cultivation method could only develop 30% of the body. The remaining 70% could not be touched. The completion of the force training realm was to fully develop and apply the 70%. At this moment, Chen Zong was going through this step. All the pain he was going through was for this step of metamorphosis. Madness. Madness for martial arts, madness for swords. If the giant poisonous python and the giant spider were intelligent enough, they would be frightened by Chen Zong's madness. Unfortunately, they were not. The poisonous insects in the poisonous fog valley were different from the monsters outside. For other monsters, the stronger they were, the more intelligent they were. However, the poisonous insects in the poisonous fog valley had been contaminated by the miasma for many years. They had become very poisonous, but their intelligence had not improved much. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider only had one goal, which was to kill Chen Zong and eat him. This was a delicious meal. For this, they exploded with all their strength. However, with their simple intelligence, they could not understand why this human was so difficult to deal with. They could not kill him after so many attacks. Since the first attack was not enough, they would attack him twice. If that was not enough, they would attack him 3 times until he was killed. 90% of his mental strength and inner force had been consumed. There was only 10% left. However, Chen Zong was extremely excited. His fighting spirit was soaring, and the sound of swords seemed to be overflowing from his body. Finally, his mental strength was completely exhausted. A strong sense of dizziness suddenly appeared. It swept over him like a flash flood. Chen Zong's vision darkened and his head became heavy. He felt as if he was walking on clouds. It was also as if he had drunk a lot of wine. He could not tell the direction, and it was accompanied by a strong sense of vomiting. At the same time, his inner force was almost exhausted. He only had time to activate the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor to protect himself. At the end of the line, the giant python's head hit Chen Zong's chest fiercely. The terrifying power seemed to be able to collapse a mountain. With a cracking sound, the defensive power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was smashed into pieces in an instant. Chen Zong, who was in a daze, was completely unable to resist this attack. He was like a meteor that streaked across the sky as he flew into the distance. Extremely tyrannical and savage energy wreaked havoc within Chen Zong's body, destroying his bones and muscles. Even his internal organs were being ravaged. Large amounts of blood seeped out from his cracked skin, dripping blood. It was a terrifying sight. With a boom, Chen Zong flew thousands of meters away and fell to the ground. He smashed a deep pit. His bones and muscles were almost broken. He looked like he was lying in a pool of blood. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. However, the ferocious power of that final attack had also unraveled everything in Chen Zong's body in a wild and violent manner. At the moment when it was broken through, the chaotic heaven energy breaking force naturally circulated. Traces of inner force condensed on their own and then quickly circulated in his body to recover. With the circulation of inner force, he recovered at an amazing speed. At the same time, His heavy injuries were also healed little by little under the rapid recovery of inner force. Pure yang qi and blood flowed through his body, further enhancing the recovery of his injuries. His mental strength also recovered little by little. Chen Zong gradually got rid of the strong sense of dizziness and unconsciousness. With his strong will, he quickly recovered his consciousness. As soon as he regained consciousness, Chen Zong immediately took the initiative to control the circulation of his inner force. First, he circulated it according to the trajectory of the chaotic heaven energy breaking force. Then, he slowly left it and moved it to other places that he had never circulated before. There was no obstruction. His inner force continued to recover and became more vigorous. It filled every part of his body. Even the most subtle part of his body was infused with inner force. The inner force passed through his body and spread to the ends. Chen Zong was intoxicated by the unprecedented feeling. Although he was seriously injured, Chen Zong regained his ability to move. Moreover, his inner force recovered at an amazing speed. Perfection of the Force Training Realm. No, I haven't truly reached the perfection of the Force Training Realm. The true perfection of the Force Training Realm should have the inner force pass through the entire body and spread to the ends. Now I've only achieved the inner force pass through the entire body and spread to the ends. As for reaching the ends and reaching the ends, I'm afraid that will take some time. I can only be considered as half a step into the perfection of the Force Training Realm. A distance of a few thousand meters was nothing to the giant venomous python and the giant spider. Chen Zong's transformation was also completed in a short period of time. When the giant spider's sharp claws pierced through the earth and pierced through Chen Zong's figure disappeared in an instant. At the moment when he was about to be stabbed, he dodged. Half a step into the perfection of the Force Training Realm increased Chen Zong's combat strength by a lot in an instant. He surpassed the two monsters and reached the level of a mid-stage 7-star. A strong feeling filled his body, as if he could cut a mountain in half with one sword. Chen Zong's figure flashed and increased his speed. He appeared beside the giant venomous python and slashed down with both swords. The sword light was extremely violent. It even stimulated the power of the mountain beheading sword, causing the sword's power to increase exponentially. It was close to the combat strength of a late-stage 7-star. This sword seemed to be able to cut a mountain in half. It was unstoppable. The giant venomous python felt a chill run down its spine. Its body trembled as it instinctively felt that this sword was fatal. It immediately opened its snake scales and rolled its body rapidly. The air around it was pushed out, forming layers of waves that constantly rushed in all directions. The air pressure was shocking, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on it. As the giant venomous python's body rolled, a thick trench was created on the ground. The trench quickly spread out. However, all of this was nothing to Chen Zong at this moment. His sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was unstoppable. The mountain beheading sword directly cut open the giant venomous python's scales and slashed into its body. His internal force was turbulent, and his blood was boiling. He performed the infinite sword slash. The extremely powerful force accompanied every sword slash. As the giant venomous python's body rolled, it was cut in half. The giant venomous python's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even if it was cut in half, it did not die. The upper half of its body fiercely bit at Chen Zong, while the lower half of its tail attacked again. However, it all missed. Chen Zong, who used the power of the mountain beheading sword, had a combat strength close to that of a late-stage 7-star. It was even more terrifying. He completely crushed the giant venomous python's neck and cut it in half. Then, Chen Zong slashed with both swords, shaking off all 8 of the giant spider's claws. The 2 swords went straight for the center of its body. It was as if he was going straight for the heart. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.